gentlemen, council, what a wonderful day. Thank God for the rain. I think it made everyone have a smile on their face. Before we start here, I just want to talk a little bit about the fire that we had in our area lately, and I just want to say some thank yous to, I'll start off with the Alberta government for sending some planes and choppers. Louis, Gandolfi, and your crew, I appreciate all you guys did for the fire, and thank you so much for organizing all that. It's funny how you guys are all here today. Darren, I want to thank you for, the whole BRFA staff and all the volunteers in the MD. I appreciate every one of them. I guess we have the chair here. Elise, thank you. Say thank you to the board and everything that happened. I appreciate everything you guys did. I got a special thanks going out to a bunch of young kids though. Josh and I and Darcy were at the fire, kind of after it was almost under control. I guess it was just on the border of being under control. It was never really under control, but it was pretty well under control in my mind. But we had a fire jump that went way across Mr. Ken Foley. He used to be a reeve from the MD here in Bonnyville, and it jumped his whole place and it landed on the other side of the railway tracks, kind of in between Evergreen Estates and North Shore Heights. And these boys ran in the bush there and put this fire out with the help of a chopper. We had a pretty cool chopper there. I never seen one before in my life. It had kind of like a suction hose and it went down and sucked up its whole bladder, and it helped assisted these boys. But I just want to name their names here because could have been worse without them, and it could have been worse with all the volunteers. When I got there, there was so many volunteers. I was just overwhelmed by all the people, and cats were coming in, and I don't know who did all the phone calls, but I thank whoever did all that. I'm just going to mention these boys' names. So we have Darcy Scarson was actually driving them around. We had Riley Cumby, Ashton Cumby, Ben Scarson, Jackson Scarson, that's Darcy's boys, and Boydie Bellamy, that's Clayton Bellamy's son, and Clayton Bellamy were there. And I just got to tell you, Josh, he rode all the way from his place with a shovel in the back of his, he tied a shovel back on the back of his Honda there, and he came to help fight fire too. So very proud of everyone in the MD and all the people and the resources we have here, and just thank you very much from myself and council. All right, that was a mouthful. I have an agenda before me. Is there any additions to the agenda?
Reeve and Council, if I may, we have two emergent items from administration. Under 9, new business, 9.3.6, Municipal District of Bonnyville Regional Airport Master Plan, carry forward, and 9.6.3, Village of Glendon, request for funding.
9.6.3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Okay, gentlemen, I'm just looking for a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. I have the adoption of the minutes, regular meeting of council, April 22nd, 2025. I need a motion for that, gentlemen. Councillor Crick? Yeah. Thank you for making this motion. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. I guess I'm going to go to business arising from the minutes, 6.1.
Through the Reeve Hall of Council, there'll need to be a motion to bring it back. Is that correct?
Okay, gentlemen, I'm looking for a motion to bring it back.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we just need a motion lifting it from the table.
Lifting it from the table? I'll just turn you on there. Go ahead, Ben. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making that motion. We'll just wait till it comes up.
We're good to go? Okay.
I know you're chomping at the bit to go, but one sec. All right, thank you. Moved by Councillor Fideev that item number 3.1.1, bylaw number 1894, 2005 tax rate bylaw be lifted from the table. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Council. Through the reeve to all of Council, just a quick refresher on the proposal. Administration hereby presents the 2025 tax rate bylaw for second reading. Section 353 of the Municipal Government Act requires municipal councils to annually pass a bylaw to raise revenues to be used towards the payment of the municipal expenditures and transfers defined in the budget. The discussion, just the brief first statement, is administration hereby presents bylaw number 1894, the 2025 tax rate bylaw, in Appendix A with the following tax rates. These tax rates result in a $500,000 assessed residential property receiving a 3.4% increase, which is estimated to be $46.89 on the municipal portion. The administration recommendations, we have one slight tweak to it, and that's only for the transfers to cash flow reserves. So the administration recommends that bylaw number 1894, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to authorize the rates of taxation to be levied against assessed properties within the municipality for the 2025 tax year, be given second reading as amended. And that following that, if council does second reading, to be given third reading. Should council give this bylaw third reading, that there will be a need for council approving the transfer of the remaining. In the RFD, it's 1.665 million. There's a slight tweak to that to make sure everything balances in the budget. The amount will be amended to $1,669,317. That's the only revision, just to make sure everything balances in the budget. And that the other resolution would be needing from council is that council approves to increase the transfer to other local governments, the order in council 121-2021 by $1,331,684 in the 2025 budget to reflect the increase in the transfer payments due to the tax rates in 2025 tax rate bylaw. So currently we're looking for second reading on this bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
Yeah, thank you. So the tax rate bylaw as presented, it, a $500,000 house will see the taxes go up approximately $47, 3.4%, although the mill rate actually is going down and we're not really keeping up with inflation. So I'll make the motion to approve second reading.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crick for making this motion that the bylaw number 1894, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87, to authorize the rates of taxation to be levied against assessed properties within the municipality for the 2025 taxation year to be given second reading as amended. Any discussion on this motion? Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, through the reeve, thank you very much. Yeah, I can support a 3.4% tax increase. It's a bit too high after we put in the millions of dollars into reserves, so I will not be supporting this, this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Fideev.
Yeah, thank you. We all know that everything is going up drastically, same as a government. We do lots of buying of greater blades equipment. Right now, I have great concerns about the state of the government coming in, and I really don't know where this is all going. And I think we should be in a good position to to weather the storm that we have and just to increase costs. I've shared this story with council, just on the personal side, and like in my business part of things, we're seeing drastic increases, anywhere from 5 to 30% increases in products. And I think we're going to see the same thing across the board with the MD purchases. So I think the increase of the rate is fair, and it's not overbearing, but yet it's I think it's fair.
Thank you, Councillor Fadeev. Sorry. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Did one not vote? Josh, try your thing again. Oh, Mr. Thank you. All right, that's carried. Thank you. Looking for a motion to go to third reading. Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchik, for making this motion, that bylaw number 1894 be given third reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to, I need a motion for transferring the remaining funds.
We need for third reading, right? Oh, okay.
All right.
Yep, through the reeve to all of council.
Yes.
That the motion would be that council approves transferring the remaining, and instead of the 1.665 million, it would go to the revised 1.669, $1,669,317. So just looking to see if that motion is
It's already been changed.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. The council approves transferring the remains of $1,669,317.65 of unbudgeted growth revenue to the cash flow reserves in accordance with council's resolution number 24.456 and policy number C-2B.040 cash flow reserve policy. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
And through the reeve to all of council, the last resolution is that council approves the increase to transfers to other local government, government order in council 121/2021 by $1,331,684 in the 2025 budget to reflect the increase in transfer payments due to the tax rates in the 2025 tax rate bylaw.
Okay, gentlemen, yeah. I have Councillor Swaggart.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. I'll make that motion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion. The council approves the increase to transfers to other local governments, OC 121-2021 by $1,331,684 in the 2025 budget to reflect the increase in transfer payments due to the tax rates in the 2025 tax rate bylaw. Any discussion? I see Councillor Fadeev.
Good morning. Could you explain this motion, please?
Through the chair to all of council, sure. There's an order in council that the province set up as part of the annexation of the bombing range to the MD of Bonnyville. In that order in council, there's a formula that defines out of the total taxes levied in that area, how it gets apportioned out to the City of Cold Lake, Town of Bonnyville, and the Village of Glendon. In that order in council, the order in council defines that all of the revenues get dispersed, excluding 2.2 million, which comes to the municipality, our municipality, as well as 3% of whatever is remaining to our municipality. The remaining amount actually gets dispersed to the other 3 municipalities, and there's a formula defined in there, and that's for 25 years. So that was part of the framework defined by the province in the old bombing range being annexed to the MD.
Great, thank you for that. I was just kind of wondering, that's why we had a delegation of the mayor, and the mayor, missing one more mayor to thank us for an increase, so that's kind of what I was wondering for that, so, thank you.
All right, he's just joking, guys. All right. All right, any other discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Great job. Have a great day. All right, we're going to skip, since Glennon's here, we're going to skip to 9.6.3.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sorry, I should have warned you a little bit.
Yeah, I thought this was at the end.
It's a big package.
Go ahead.
Ready? Sure. So the Village of Glendon is requesting funding to assist them with the Glendon Arena Modernization and Renovation Project of 2025. The Glendon Agricultural Society has been operating the arena in the Village of Glendon for several years, and many events have taken place in the arena over time. At the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of council, Ken Pishik, President, and Ruth Isley, Consultant for the Glendon Agricultural Society, made a delegation to present council with a request for financial support for the arena project and provided council with an update on the utilization of the MD funding of 2024. Documentation provided at the delegation is attached as Appendixes A, B, and C. So on May 8th of 2025, administration received a segregated budget from the Village of Glendon attached as Appendix D for Phase 2, outlining a funding request of $1,639,376 from the MD of Bonnyville for the entirety of Phase 2 of the Glendon Arena renovation project. Due to the longevity of the arena, the MD has been approached by the Glendon Ag Society in previous years for funding pertaining to this arena. The MD has funded projects as follows. In 2011, $5,000 for a Zamboni grant. In 2013, there was Arena Project Phase 1 and 2 that the MD donated $60,000. As well in 2013, Phase 2 of the Glendon Arena repairs was $96,000 from the MD. And in 2016, a restoration project of $158,000. So all in total, $319,000 to this project. Over the years, the Glendon Ag Society also received operating grants for the arena. As follows, from 2012 to 2017, the operating grant was $20,000 per year. The last 7 years, from 2018 to 2024, the MD provided an operating grant for the arena at $150,000 per year. So additionally, under the intermunicipal collaboration framework between the village and the MD of Bonnyville, which was dated January 8th of 2020, the MD currently provides the Village of Glendon with $700,000 annually for identified shared services located in the village. So this would include the arena and other shared services. So attached for council's review, the first 3 appendixes were from the Glendon Ag Society delegation. Appendix D is the breakdown of Phase 2 that we received, which includes updating of dressing rooms 1, 2, and 3, 4, as well as new dressing rooms 5, 6, some renovations to the lobby, including bathrooms, a referee room, Zamboni room, and update the vestibule. And Appendix E is a breakdown of the budget as provided by the village. So for Phase 1, a breakdown of the budget, they did receive a grant from the province for $1 million. And the Village of Glendon has provided $900,000, so for a total funding of $1,900,000. And the cost of Phase 1, taking out the contingency, is $2,101,346.85. So it does leave a shortfall of just over $54,000, which I've been advised the Village of Glendon is going to cover that. And Phase 2, so the village has requested the MD of Bonneville cover the entire cost of Phase 2, which comes out at $1,639,376.
Thank you. Councillor Crick?
Sorry, can you just back up a little? You said the Village of Glendon was going to cover something, and I'm trying to listen and read at the same time.
Yeah,
It's just
sorry, so I
handed
don't
a
know
great
if
big
you have
package.
if you have Appendix E there, if you can look at Appendix E.
Okay, and you were saying that the Village of Glendon was going to cover,
A shortfall of $54,000 under Phase 1.
okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
That's right. So, and then we do have Appendix F, which is the final one, which is a visual representation showing Phase 1 highlighted in pink, and Phase 2 is the stuff highlighted in yellow on Appendix F. So there are sub-sources of funding if council is wishing to fund this. I looked at all sources of funding, so the 2025 council givings operating budget, there is $7,700 left in that one. There is the Parks and Recreation Infrastructure Reserve, which has just over 2.3 million in that reserve, as well as the cash flow reserve of 27.9 million. Because it is the village applying and not the actual Glendon Egg Society, they would not be eligible for the Community Action Grant or the Community Action Grant Reserve monies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
But at the end of the day, it's all capital that belongs to the Village of Glendon, not the Ag Society, right? Because the Ag Society is just a managing partner.
Correct. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe if there's someone from the village, they could definitely speak towards it.
The way he's shaking his head, he's agreeing, yeah.
Yes.
It's not going like this.
So just go over things, so it's, so 700,000 that we've given them for shared services, plus the last 7 years of the 100, 150, 150, 150, correct?
Correct. So the other one, the 150, that was operating costs. So that was to help operate the actual facility.
Because it was at a state of, just needed more money then, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. The other funds that we gave that I had mentioned for the Zamboni grant, the Region project, and the Glendon Arena and Restoration project, that was all for upgrades to the arena.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Crick? Okay, one sec. Councillor. Okay, gotcha now.
Yeah, the 700,000 for the ICF agreements, is that the same or different than the ordering council money that goes to the village?
That is different than the ordering council money.
Okay.
Yep.
And how much is the ordering council money that goes there?
I believe it's just shy of 1 million, but Kelvin should be able to,
Okay.
you know that?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, in just 1 second. 900 and something thousand, but.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, it's just under $1 million. In this year, the estimated amount is calculated to be $966,000 for the 2025 tax year. Now, that's subject to change with any assessment changes throughout the year,
Yeah.
but it'll be pretty close.
Thank you. Councillor Swigert?
Thanks, Kelvin.
Would be another question for Mr. Bispelko.
Don't sit down.
And I'm not sure if you have the number at your fingertips, but there's increased transfers to the, to Coal Lake, Bonneville, and Glendon of 1.33 million. What percentage of that goes to, or what's the value of that one that goes to Glendon?
Through the chair, to all of council, I'd have to do a little calculation because the numbers that I've given right now are the actual revised after this 1.66 million increase. So if you just give me about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, I'll get you that percentage.
Is it just like, does Glendon get, I mean, I know Coal Lake gets the bulk of it, Bonneville gets a percentage, but Glendon gets, I guess my point is that because they are getting an increase, maybe we can decrease the amount of, that the MD is putting in. We got 1.639 million that they're asking. Maybe that increase that we're giving them through the transfers would help with that also.
Through
But
the
yeah,
chair-
if you want to do a little quick calculation. And
I can do that calculation.
I'm
Give me a
good.
couple minutes. Yep.
All right, before there's any other discussion, I need to take a break. There's a lady waiting for a picture here, so we'll give the guys a little bit of time to look at this, this heavy document that you gave us. And we'll take a picture here and then we'll come back in 10 minutes, all right? Thanks. Okay, welcome back. Please turn that mic back on. Thank you. You're pretty amazing with that little gray thing there.
Through the chair to all of council, it's a Microsoft thing. The question that was asked was, how much of the increase is going to go to the Village of Glendon? And Village of Glendon gets 4% of the total amount. And in this case, that would increase their order and council contributions or disbursement by $57,996.
You said 54?
57,000.
Counselor Fadeev.
Yeah, thanks. I know with the ID negotiations, part of it was with the order of council that the, our neighbors are self-sustainable, and that was part of the giving to that, because, you know, we never got anything out of the deal. And it was so they can be self-reliant on projects. And I think that's just kind of where it's at. So the 1.6, I know I get it. There's about 50,000 people that use it. But we have a lot of services that need that money as well. And I'm just kind of, just a little bit torn at it, right? I've been going there for years, and it is a part of the community. But when I see there's no money put into it for maintenance and things like that, it's tough to support it.
Thank you. Sorry. Counselor Swaggart.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the Glendon Arena's been used by tons of people in the area, and it's something that we do need, and I think we need to support it, but I also think that, Glendon should be putting something into that, and maybe if it's even as little as the 57,000 that is an increase, that should be considered. And I'm not sure if we want to have the mayor speak a little bit about it to see if, if they got a little bit of money hidden away, because it would just make it way easier for MD residents to, help us support it if, Glendon was able to put a little bit of money into phase 2 so the MD could support it, so.
Would you like to make a motion for the?
As long as Nick is, not going to pass out when he gets up here or whatever, I'll make the motion to allow him to speak.
To hear what he has to say? Okay. We'll wait till that motion comes up and then we'll read it out. All right, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion. The council approves Krista Fearling and Nick Werschuk with the Village of Glendon to address council regarding items number 9.6.3, Village of Glendon request for funding. Welcome.
Thank you, council.
We haven't voted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I failed. Any discussion on this motion? You're going to be right up in a second anyway. I don't see none. I'll call for the vote. If I do that 3 times a day, I get struck out and they're going to throw me out. That's carried. Thank you. Now you guys can come up. Apologize for that.
So I just want to talk about phase 1 for a bit. So the Village Glendon has put in 900,000 already. In addition to that, we have had a condenser fail. So we've additionally, this year, put in another $360,000 towards the condenser. Again, there's been a strong support from Glendon Council as well, you know. So when you look at those two numbers, it's almost 2 years of the funding that we get from the MD that we've already put into this upgrade. So the $700,000 that you guys give us to us annually, so we've given it over almost 2 years, around 1.1 to 1.2 into this project. I don't think council would be against supporting phase 2. It's just that we do have some infrastructure issues we are trying to save for. One in particular is around $3.8 million. That is, we've been patching it for the last 2 years. It breaks on us. It's breaking 3 to 4 times this. So we are doing what we can with the funds that we have. I do think that this is a great project for the area and for the community. It's just like Dana said, there's 50,000 people. We're anticipating an increase of close to 70,000 people using this facility. This phase 2 is going to be a showpiece for the MD as well. And yeah, it's a necessary renovation that needs to happen. So I don't know if there's any additional questions.
Yeah, there might be.
Mr. Reeve, it was
Yeah,
just.
go ahead.
So there was that, my last comment there was, you're getting an extra 57,000 that you probably didn't know about. So, I mean, it would at least show good faith if you were able to put that in and maybe a little bit more, I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but.
absolutely. Yeah.
And so then, because if we're gonna make a motion here to, support it for 1.639, I'd ask that maybe we can drop that down a bit, but, yeah.
Any other, okay, Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, through the Reeve, thank you. Yeah, this is a very ambitious project, and we certainly do need another arena in the area, so to have a state-of-the-art arena used by not only the village, but the MD people is very good news. So if there's no more questions, I'm willing to make some kind of a motion here.
I think we have one more question.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Slipchick?
It's not a question, it's more a comment too. Like, the mayor said, they got infrastructure issues too they gotta deal with. He's still gotta keep his, village viable, but I know a high percentage of our residents use the facility. And I know we did a tax increase, and that's why we did a tax increase, not only for maintain the services, but to keep investing in our community. And I believe the people using this facility in the years to come will be thankful for that. We made this decision, and I believe it'll bring economic help to the village too, as well. So I support this totally with their ask.
Thank you. Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I guess I think it's a great facility and it's used by a lot of people. I'm not sure 50,000, that number seems kind of high to me since I don't know if we have 50,000 in the whole Lakeland area. It may be if you count every single person that comes through the door every single time they come through. I just heard the number 50,000 people use it, so but I know we don't have that population in the entire Lakeland. The other problem I have, I guess, with this here is I've been asking for a trail for Emerald Estates. That's less than $1 million coming in from the subdivision. We put a bunch of money into trails by Moose Lake, and we don't never seem to have the money for anything in the MD. Fort Kent has an old rink. That's one of our own hamlets. This is another municipality. So I don't have anything against the project or against Glendon, but I do have a problem funding it to the amount they're asking when we don't seem to have the money to do projects in our own municipality.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadеев.
So kind of seemed like two-part question. One is, what kind of tax increase did you guys put in towards your resident? And the second part is, what kind of asset management plan do you guys have move moving forward to keep this stuff updated and always on the maintenance end? Because it seems like there wasn't enough money put aside to fix the issues that needed to get fixed.
Okay, so there has been multiple meetings regarding an increase on taxes as well as our water bills in Glennon, so that's under review right now. It's been under discussion for the last few months. As you know, we're looking to upgrade our water facility, so we wanted to see where the province direction was going with potentially a pipeline coming from the Bonnyville to Glendon before we did any tax increases. So there is some announcements coming on that. So regarding the operating of the arena, the majority of it was an increase on the utilities. So, going back multiple terms, or 10 or 15 to 20 years, there was enough, because it's all volunteered or run by volunteers of the Egg Society, there was enough money coming in from the ice rink to fund the operating of the building, and unfortunately, over time, that has dissipated. So the cost for the caretaker for the arena's gone up, and so the village has also increased their funding to that. We've given the Egg Society an increase of $35,000. So we're covering all the insurance on the building and a few other little things, but it's just the overall operating costs has skyrocketed. That's where they came into asking for some help from the MD. There's always funds that have been going into capital, and so if you look on the hall side, the hall was painted this year. There was some walls done. There was a sound system put in. And so all that work, all that management work is volunteer hours. So yes, it is, hopefully with the carbon tax coming off, we'll see some of the cost of operating it come down, but who knows how long that will work. But that was one of the biggest increases, was the power and heat to run the building. So it almost drowned the Egg Society, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, thank you. So the Egg Society only has one employee, that's correct? And the plant there, it runs also the curling rink, so do they pay their share for the gas and the power?
For the 3 months, or they
For
pay
the 3 months?
$4,000 towards it from January to March
Yeah.
31st.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that you guys can put $139,376 into this project. And I'll make a motion now to support this for 1.5 million and see where it goes.
Mr. Reeve, we're just wondering if
Where the
council
funding comes
can
from?
provide a source of funding.
I think maybe the cash flow, what do you think?
That's
Yeah.
good, Lisa?
From the cash flow?
CEO? Okay.
That was my thought, too. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council approves request for funding by the Village of Glendon for the Glendon Arena renovations project in the amount of 1.5 million to be funded from the cash flow reserves. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Councillor Fadeev.
I'm sad to hear there's zero asset management that's going to be put towards this. So we're going to have this great facility that can't even just pays for its lights and its management, but nothing else. So I'm afraid that all this money that we're going to be putting into it is just going to get watered down, and to the point where in a few years they're going to come back for more money because things are breaking down and there's no money in reserves to pay for things.
Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, no, I hope we all support this because we're not only investing in our community, we're investing in our youth. And it's a big factor that we need to keep our youth having activities and things to do. So I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I mean, it's not saying that we're not supporting in our youth. We are. I mean, we're doing a lot of great things. I think if, you know, we own part of the C2, and I think if it's a big investment, and if we didn't take care of our assets, it just doesn't make sense, right? We do. You know, we put lots of money towards things. We, on an annual basis, I mean, we were short again. You know, we need to put, you know, like money towards it. This is now it's a bigger animal that's going to need a lot more money, you know, for that investment. And I just, you know, I'm okay with putting the money towards it, but if things aren't looked after, then how can we put money into something that keeps going to fail?
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for the speakers at the stand there.
I don't think,
Have you guys asked
I don't-
St.
I don't think you can ask a
Oh,
question
sorry,
right now.
can't? Okay.
Steph?
The motion on the floor would certainly allow discussion and deliberation to continue until the vote is.
You can still ask questions. All right, that's strike two on me. Go ahead.
Okay. There'd be a lot more strikes if I was sitting there. I just wanted to ask if you guys, you said that St. Paul uses it St. Paul County, and have you guys asked from St. Paul County any funds towards this project? No. Okay.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
Just going back to Ben's comment, I just want to reiterate that the Egg Society has celebrated 50 years and have not failed. So their sustainability has proven itself over the years.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, this is not about the Ag Society. This,
I just want to say, like, since 1970, we've maintained it. We've done painting, we've done little things over the years. This improvement is making it a lot better than what it currently is. We could stay in the state we are, but it's not going to house more people or for games or for seating or however. We're using it more for, I forget, in the summertime, they're using the ice surface. So it's going to be used.
Lacrosse?
Lacrosse
Yeah.
or whatever. So the facility, we would like, with your help, make it, we're already doing the inside of it. We're just trying to make the outside more. We could, without your help, it could put a slap of paint on it and continue. So it's not about maintaining it. We're just trying to improve what we currently have.
But I think what he's trying to say is like the more you feed something, the bigger it gets and the more, like we're supporting 150,000 a year right now. So that should cut back if we put everything in there new. We shouldn't have that $150,000 bill anymore. Does that make sense? I think that's where you're going, Ben?
That's more for operating, but
Yeah.
yes, but potentially with the upgrades, there'll be, better insulation, better
Your
furnaces.
operation should
Yes,
come way down.
yes.
Should.
Should come down, yeah.
It has to.
I kind of just add to that. I mean, there has to be a plan of if I drive a vehicle, I don't ever put any money towards my brakes or anything like that. It's going to fail. Then later on, I won't be able to stop. It is the same thing with any piece of equipment or a building. There's got to be maintenance, money put aside for maintenance on a continual basis, right? Because otherwise, things get away. All of a sudden, that little leak on the roof doesn't become a leak. It becomes a big hole,
But
right?
there's been constant upgrades and changes throughout the year that the Egg Society has put into that building. It's never, nothing's been done for 20 years. Like Krista said, this is our third paint job. There's been upgrades to the bathrooms about 15 years ago. There's been constant improvements along the way that
Yeah.
have been funded from the Egg Society in the village. So, and the community itself. So this is a major capital improvement and upgrade to the facility. And it's just not the Village of Glendon that's using this facility, it's the all of the MD.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Crick.
Yeah. I could support up to $1 million towards it, but I don't think, a 1.5, I think that's a little high. I do recognize that the MD used it and it's a great facility, so I could definitely support some of it there, but I think I'll vote in opposition to this motion, and then if it fails, then we can make another one for $1 million, which I
Thank
think
you.
would still be a decent amount, and with their, the $700,000 for the ICF, then that would be one more year. They could put 1 more year's worth of that in, and that would totally fund the project, so still a way forward for the village.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion, gentlemen, before I call the vote? Okay, I see none. I'll call the vote. Thank you, guys. That's carried. Thank you. Yeah. Counselor Crevion.
Through the Reeve, when's the next pierogi supper?
Yeah. Tomorrow. All right, thank you, council. We'll continue. Anyone need a break, or you want to guys go? We need a break? Okay. 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I believe we're going on to DAs for development application number 7.1.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is Development Permit Application 2025-D-074. The applicant is Mirette Laplante Francis, and there are multiple owners on title. The applicant is applying for an intensive recreational use for a multifamily recreational retreat to bring the lands into compliance and to expand. The property is located approximately half a mile east of Highway 660 on Township Road 613A on the north side of Moose Lake. Adjacent properties are a residential parcel, a quarter section, and remnants. The property has been used as a multifamily recreational property since the 1980s. This has included RVs and 3 seasonal dwelling units. They have been working with administration to obtain permits to bring the use into compliance and allow for additional overnight accommodations, with the authorization of all owners on the title signed. The proposed plan includes replacement of one of the dwellings, 3 new bunk houses, and 1 348-square-foot modular cabin as overnight accommodations. This application includes permitting 3 existing sea cans and a maximum of 36 RVs on the site. 13 stay year-round. A review of the Moose Lake Area Structure Plan speaks to ensuring that there is a demand for recreational developments and minimizing potential impacts on sensitive ecological areas. As this area has been used for over 40 years for this purpose with minimal clearing, this application complies with Moose Lake Area Structure Plan. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on April 23rd, and we did not receive any letters of concerns. Recommendation for Development Permit Application 2025-D-074 is approve the request for an intensive recreation use for a multifamily recreational retreat as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 35, Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. As per Section 69.6 of the Land Use Bylaw, front yard setback shall be 38 meters, side and rear 6.0 meters. As per Section 41.3, a minimum building setback of 30 meters is required from the high water mark of the water body to which the Crown claims ownership. Applicable building, electrical, plumbing, gas, and sewer permits are required as per Alberta Safety Codes Act. Shall comply with Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw number 1812 regarding noise and nuisance. The developer shall ensure that emergency vehicle access is not obstructed at any time. Campground design and maintenance shall have regard to the Fire Smart Guidebook for Community Protection as amended from time to time, and fire pits shall be approved by the Bonneville Regional Fire Authority. Any questions?
Councillor Fadeev.
Hi, thank you. So when you say overnight accommodations, that's just for their own use, or is that going to be a rental type of outfit?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadeev, that is for the own family's use.
Okay.
You're okay? All right, just looking for a motion, gentlemen. Councillor Slipchik?
I'll make a motion.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Slipchik, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2025-D-074 for intensive recreation use for a multifamily recreation retreat as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 35, and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions, 1 through 6 before you. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? All right, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 7.2.
This is Development Permit Application 2025-D-075 for Goshen Quality Care Incorporated. The applicant is applying for an institutional use for a group home. The property is located 50 meters north of Highway 55 and Range Road 421 intersection. Adjacent properties are country residential lots and the quarter section remnant. The applicant would like to operate a group home for special needs children ages 0 to 17, which would be the group's second facility. Caregivers work in shifts, providing care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There is one caregiver for every 3 children, and they can accommodate up to 6 children on the site. The staff duties include preparing meals, assisting with personal hygiene, escorting children to medical appointments and extracurricular and community activities. Children attend local schools and use the bus system. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on April 23rd, 2025, and we did receive 2 letters of concern, which were distributed to you before the meeting. Their concerns are the proximity of this proposed development to a property with a history of law enforcement issues, the safety of their children, incompatibility with the neighborhood, and a decrease of the property values. As discussed with our in-house assessors before, they did not have any evidence of property values just decreasing adjacent to a development such as this. Our recommendation for development permit application 2025-D-075 is approve the request as an institutional use for a group home as per Part 6 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 72.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Shall be operated as per provincial approvals. Group home is for minors age 0 to 17 years old. Maximum occupancy is 8 years old. And we do have the applicants in here if you have any questions beyond what I can answer.
Councillor Fadeev.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this was the same group that asked for the application some time ago in regards to Homer's house, or like on 55, so we're pretty aware of it. That would have been a perfect location, just the intensity of the area here, and the road there is, you can't really tell, but it's quite narrow. Just the intensity of that house with the areas just doesn't work at all. Yeah, first location would have been perfect. This is just not as good. Any more questions from council, or just you guys are?
I'd like to make a motion to bring them up if I could, and ask a question, please. Yep, oh, sorry. Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, I'm not sure, I didn't quite understand your comment about the original location or something, so maybe just describe that a little bit.
Councillor Fadeev.
So this was presented to us about 3 months ago, around
Yep.
there, and it was on Highway 55, and just probably about 2.5 miles east of Highway 28, right on the highway. So it's kind of that house, kind of right in that valley. Again, there was just one neighbor, quite a ways past it. Dealing with a highway, there's going to be, back and forth with all the workers that are going to be there. There's going to be, get used quite a bit. If you look at this map here, it is to the back of a, there's also different uses as well. And I think just where that place is located with the other neighbors is just not work.
Okay. There's a motion by myself that council approves. I apologize right off the bat if I can't say you guys' names quite right. Maybe say your names for me. Okay. Those two people. Applicants to the address council regarding agenda items 7.2 development applications number 2025-D-075 institutional use group home. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Come on up. My question right off the bat is, why do you guys want to make a group home out in the countryside? Why wouldn't you make a group home right beside a school or something right in the city or a town or something? That's my question right off the bat.
Okay. Your Excellency, good morning. Member
Morning.
of the council, thank you for this opportunity, and to everyone gathered here this morning, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is our second group home. I just wanted to provide a little bit of insight. I will answer your question, but just quickly to give you an idea of the type of children we have. These are people that, they are young. For example, I think that the manager can speak to the current kids that we have in our facility right now in Cold Lake, so to paint the picture of the people that we cater for.
Thank you. Currently, in our the group home, the first facility we have a 2-month-old who is on oxygen therapy because she had a user mother who had exposed her to drugs while she was still a fetus, so her lungs are not working properly. She's on oxygen 24 hours a day. We also have a 5-month-old who was taken because of exposure also to drugs. We have a 2.5-year-old who has just been taken from our family because there is an alleged sexual abuse. In between the last time we were here and now, we have we looked at our strategy and we have gone down to looking at younger kids. And this is the kind of people we cater to, children that need attention, either medically unstable, fragile. These are the kind of people we've been catering to in the last 7 to 8 months. And because of our contract and our license, we also have the right as an organization to pick the people we want to work with, the clients we want to work with. And so for that reason, we always look for a proper fit. We do not work with troubled children that will walk into the neighborhood and terrorize our neighbors. We would not do that. So this particular facility was built specially for wheelchair usage. So the current owner built it for a mother, a sister, and now a foster kid that she's taking care of. So it is a ground building and a wheelchair accessible ramp around the house. So that is part of why we're choosing this. The acreage also allows us distance from our neighborhood. Our current facility is on English Bay Road. We're in proper residential area, house to house, but this one gives us enough distance from everybody. In terms of high density, people coming in and out, you barely know that staff is there because it will be 1 or 2 cars. The roads, we would not be cluttering or, taking over the road for our use. This, we believe, is a very good facility for these children. So that is why we're particularly looking at this one at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, 1 sec. Oh, that's to them, okay. Just, come back, sorry. Sorry, Ben, yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, because the application says 0 to 17-year-olds, so you'd be licensed to do that, but you're telling us that you're actually taking in much younger people that need health, that have health kind of risks and need that special treatment.
Yes.
Because I can understand maybe neighbors' concern if they think it's kind of like a halfway house for really troubled kids who are going to be roaming the neighborhood causing trouble and that sort of thing. But I think you're sort of convincing us that that's not the case at all. So
No, that is not the case at all. Particularly for our practice and training, we do not use restraint, so we would not take on kids that we cannot properly take care of or run after in the neighborhood. Another thing we have sat down to look at as management is Just for the peace of our neighbors to know, we're already speaking with 2 or 3 security agencies just for additional buffer. But the kids we have can barely walk within the house, talk more of run out into the neighborhood.
You're good, Councillor Slager? Yes?
Yeah, is that like a 2-acre parcel, or, do you know?
3
The
acres.
3-acre parcels? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadif?
Yeah, this is a question for administration.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Donnie, are you for who?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, wait.
It's been
One
brought,
sec. Go ahead.
it was
Sorry,
brought
Ben.
to our attention about there's a resident in the area there that has some crime involvement in that. Are you guys got any concern with that? Is that going to be a factor?
We're not concerned. So when we heard that the kids we have are going to be very much younger, and then we will have security to protect ourselves and our neighbors. So we think that that will be enough, guarantee that we won't have any problem with that.
Okay, and thank you for what you do, and God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. You can sit down this time. That was almost strike 3 for me. Councillor Fadif?
So I had a question in regards to the shared driveway last time. So, and then it was a range road. And so this one here, is it a shared driveway? Or is it a municipal road?
It is a municipal road.
Okay, and do we take care of that regularly? I guess it'd be a question for, because I don't recall it as part of our maintenance program, so I'm not entirely sure.
As it is a road, we would be responsible for taking care of it. If there were issues with the road, they can phone the number to put in some concerns.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So regards to that, we heard from the applicant. I'm just wondering to see if the person who posted are willing to speak.
So Kyle and Chantel.
Make a
do you want-
motion.
You gonna make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have their names? Okay. As you found out already, I'm not very good at names, so I might get you guys to introduce yourselves. We'll see.
So just one more question before we
Yeah,
get
go
to
ahead.
that. So if this application is gone ahead with the usage, can that usage be changed later on? Because it's a group home, now we're dealing with kids from 0 to and their special needs, but later on, because it's been given the go-ahead, could that usage be changed to non-caregiver type of scenario?
No, the development permit is issued for the application that it is applied for and the scope that is in the application. If they did want to change it, a new application would have to come to council.
Okay, thanks for the
And
question.
the notification would go out again to the adjacent landowners.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, because they're talking babies, but it says 0 to 17, and 17-year-old ain't no baby, so that's what the application is, correct? So, if it's 1 to 3 or 4 years old, it's a big difference than, 8, 16 to 17-year-olds there. And that can change over the years, right? It could be babies today and teenagers tomorrow.
So as that is a condition of the development permit, even though that is not what they applied for, it is possible to change that condition if the applicants, if that's a sticking point, the applicants could potentially allow that to be changed or have it as it is. Also, there is the appeal process that if it were changed.
They can
then
go to
it
appeal.
Could go to the appeal.
All right, thank you. We have a motion here moved by Councillor Fadeev. That council approves Kyle Dumont and Chantel Dumont to address council in opposition of the agenda item number 7.2, development application number 2025-D-075, institutional use group home. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Come on up, Kyle and Chantal. Hey, if you'd like to say something, go ahead, and then I'm sure there's going to be some questions.
When we purchased this property that we are directly beside the property in question,
To the left of it?
we are directly to the west of them.
To the west, yeah.
Sharing a border,
I got you.
which is not fenced. And that was our slice of heaven that we bought to make our forever home. And I feel like this development could possibly put that in question. We left town to start a family because of the questionability of the security in town. And now I feel this is kind of contradicting what we've chosen to do with our lives.
And kind of like what Mr. Fidea said, that yes, you know, they are talking now that they do have young children in their home, but it does go from 0 to 17. You know, at any point in time, they get a phone call from child service and they need to take a child. If they have a room available, they're possibly going to take that child, right? We don't know what type of child is going to be put into this home. We have 2 small children that play in our yard. We also have talking to the other neighbors now that have moved into our little community that have small children as well. And they are also not happy with what is possibly going to happen in our little neighborhood. We have already neighbors right beside us that we've
Directly
dealt
to
with
the north of us.
for the last 12 years, and at any point in time, you know, we hear a gunshot. We phone it in, right? We already have issues with that. Now they want to go and put in another possible issue that we might have to deal with at some point in time. And like my husband said, you know, we bought this property 12 years ago, not knowing the neighbors we had beside us. But, you know, we've been dealing with RCMP for a very long time, and they are doing their best. But it's hard for them to even do their best with what we have. So then if we start having trouble with now people behind us, we're just getting it from both angles.
It just further complicates a situation that already isn't properly being handled,
And,
in my opinion.
you know, I think they are doing a great thing for, you know, kids in need. We just don't think that it needs to be in our backyard. We think that there is places other than our backyard for these, you know, projects to be at. I don't think out of town is a good place. I also, at one point, somebody from their group home went missing, not missing, left, and it was on Facebook, and they were looking for it. This was a couple years ago. So that being said, I don't know what is going to happen and who they want to bring in. I know they say it is for, you know, children with disabilities, but is that always going to be the case? So that's kind of where we're at.
And as you have outlined, what happens when they decide to take the 12, 13, 15-year-old?
I also had a cousin who was also killed by a child that was from a group home. And he should have probably been at the group home instead of out and about, but so it hits a little closer at home.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? I see none. Thank you for coming up. And
Thank you.
Okay. Someone like to, sorry, Councillor Swaggart.
Yes, it's for administration. And so, yeah, can we put some stipulations then? Because that sounds like the issue that we're stuck on. And I kind of agree. I mean, I'd be concerned too if they're bringing in 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. You know, troubled kids that, you know, could kind of cause problems. But could we put stipulations, have the talk with the folks? And because it sounds like they're working with very young kids, but can we do that? Can we stipulate that the kids have to be under a certain age, not 17? Is that something we're allowed to do? Anyway, consider it.
Yeah? Go ahead. You're on, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, thanks. I think it'd be hard to police that, given the restrictions. I think, you know, I think just with Children's Services and whatever else group is responsible to give them kids, I think the project is outstanding and everything else, but I think just the intensity, my concerns are the same. The intensity of where it's at right now is just in the wrong place. Where it was the first time around, it was perfect. This one here, there's 8 neighbors. That road is narrow, so, for emergency services or anything like that, it is just it's a tough road to be on. And I'd like to make that motion to deny it, please, for those reasons.
Okay, we'll wait for that to come up on the screen. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadеев, for making this motion. The council refuse development permit application number 2025D-075 for the following reasons: narrow roads and unsuitable location for the property use. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Councillor Crick.
So it's an MD road, I assume, and if it's not wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, then our road is substandard, which is an MD problem, not a person trying to develop on the lot problem. I guess I also think they're helping kids out. Are we going to tell them like they have to go somewhere else? It seems like it's out of town. The kids can enjoy the outdoors a little bit. I have heard the neighbors' concerns on that as well. I just don't understand why we would be telling people what they can't do on their own property if they buy it, really. So go ahead and enlighten me if you want, but that's my thoughts.
Councillor Fadеев.
It is discretionary use, and that's why it's here. So can we tell them? Possibly, right? And I think, the reasons that are there, I mean, is it a problem for that road? I mean, that road is down to 60 kilometers for a reason. The reason is the road is not wide enough. And I think any kind of emergency services especially with kids with needs that are on oxygen and on everything else, there'd be more traffic, I believe, if there was a thing. I think there's, different opportunities. This has nothing to do with, is this a worthy cause? Absolutely. I mean, it really, really is. I think it's just the, where it's at, and that's just my concerns. But, you can put in stipulations, but that's just from what I've seen there. And I don't use that road if I don't have to, just because of it being narrow, and there's a lot of traffic on there. I bet you if we did a road count, we're looking at 300 to 400 people per day that probably drive that road. I don't know if we can look that up now, but it's highly used.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk.
There's 7 residents in the area, besides this one. Okay, so we only got letters from, that affects them from two residents. We got nothing from the other residents, correct?
That is correct. Only 2 out of the 7 have submitted letters.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Yeah. Councillor Swigert, go ahead.
Yeah, I had asked about putting stipulations. It didn't go anywhere, that discussion, so is that sort of a question for them, though, to ask? Or would we not be allowed to do that?
You can change the number, the maximum.
Maximum
age
number or the age number?
Age number. You can modify any of the conditions as the development authority.
Would council be interested in doing that, though? I mean, but I would kind of want input from the people running it, like what could, you know, right? Because they're talking about 2-month-old, 6-month-old, you know, I mean, if the age was like under 3 or, you know, under 5 or whatever, then would that work? And then would that, if it doesn't work for them, then there's no point in discussing it, but.
It's just like if you have you get a 4-year-old this year and you put the limit on 5 and they just got this child and then it comes into the home and you go, oh, now the child's 5, well, we can't be here no more. That'd be how do you run an organization like that, right? And it's not only I don't think it's not only the age, it's just, there's a lot of times when someone has a little one like that and whoever's child that is, sometimes they want to come and find that child and it could be in the middle of the night sometime and you just, in a big populated area like that, and I guess a city would be a big populated area as well, but I think that's a big concern too, right? So when someone's trying to come and find a little one, that they're no longer in charge of, but they think they are, and that's what happens, they come crashing. So that's something to take in consideration of as well. Councillor Fideyev.
Again, that's just, my motion. If you guys want to defeat it, you can put some stipulations, but that's just how I feel.
Okay, any other discussion, gentlemen? And I have to admit, talk like Ben there, I met, there was a lady, there's a woman of influence thing I did in Cold Lake, and I had a little game, and I think the lady she's very passionate. And she won my little event there. And maybe you were at that event too. So I had a good talk with her, and she says like God will provide, and the right place will come. So, but she's an Energizer bunny, and she really cares for, you guys really care for children, and we're like, no matter how this goes, we understand that you guys do an amazing job. All right, just so you know that, right on. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. All right, thank you. On to number 8, 8.1.
Good morning.
Morning.
Subdivision application number 2025-S-005. Administration is presenting subdivision application 2025-005 for council consideration. The applicant is proposing a boundary realignment of certificate of title 072382635 to create an 8-acre parcel to encompass an existing agricultural use structures. The agricultural parcel is located north of Township 614 on Range Road 484, north of Glendon. Notification of the proposed subdivision was sent to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of April 20th, 2025 for submitting concerns to be considered at the May 13th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. This application for a boundary realignment to create an 8-acre parcel subdivision does comply with the Municipal Government Act, Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipalities Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. Administration's recommended action is that council approve subdivision application 2025-S-005 for a boundary realignment of certificate of title 072382635 to create an 8-acre parcel within agricultural quarter section, southwest 28, 61-8 west of the 4th meridian for Matthew and Angela Werschik on behalf of Matthew and Angela Werschik, David and Gwen Werschik, as per the following conditions. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and remnant, real property report, sewage disposal shall comply to the Alberta Safety Codes Act and Province of Alberta Public Health Act, consolidation of CFT 072382635 with the new proposed parcel to create an 8-acre parcel, and the taxes to be paid in full. Any questions?
Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, through the reeve, thank you. No comment, just make a motion to approve number 1 as per recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion that council approves subdivision application number 2025S005 for the boundary realignment of the certificate of title, 072382635 to create a 8-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section, southwest 2861-8 west of the 4th M for Matthew and Angela Werschik on behalf of Matthew and Angela Werschik and David and Gwen Werschik as per the following conditions 1 through 4 before you. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 8.2. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. 8.2, there's a, it's not, it's spelled, it should be Zukiewski. It's K-I-W-S, not K-U-S. Z-U-K-I-W-S, not K-U-S. Right?
Yep. May I proceed?
Yeah.
Thank you. Administration is presenting subdivision application 2025-S-006 for council consideration. The applicant is proposing a 20-acre parcel to encompass the existing residential and agricultural use structures. Can I get you to slide up to the next one, please? Thank you. From agricultural quarter section, northeast 24, 62 9 west of the 4th meridian, as shown on the map. Notification of the proposed subdivision was sent to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of April 20th, 2025 for submitting concerns to be considered at the May 13th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The application is for a 20-acre subdivision. It does not comply with the municipal development plan or the land use bylaw. The quarter section has a soil productivity rating of 45% or better, which permits a maximum subdivision of 4.04 hectares or 10 acres. I do have Natalie Zukiewski here, who is a director within the numbered company. If you have any questions, she is here to speak if you so wish. Council's recommended action at this time is that Council refuses subdivision application 2025-S-006 to subdivide a 20-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section northeast 2462-9 west of the 4th meridian for David Zukiewski on behalf, actually it's Natalie because Natalie's here rather than David today, on behalf of 2066806 Alberta Limited, as it does not comply with section 3.2.1 of the MD's Municipal Development Plan or section 69.4B of the MD's Land Use Bylaw, number 167.
Thank you. Councillor Kraviak.
Through the reeve, thank you. The majority of this acreage is just the farm site, right?
The existing farm site, correct.
Yeah, so we had the one just a while ago, we approved, you can't farm the farm site, so it doesn't really matter what the percentage of the soil is. So I'll make a motion, Mr. Reeve, to approve this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraviak. While we're getting that written up, Councillor Sipchik, did you want to say something?
Yeah, okay. I'm just looking at the picture there. That red box is the 20 acres, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so is there gonna be an issue because it looks like there's a building there that's gonna be touching the other portion of the property there on the west? I see a roof line like on the red, so, or I don't know.
Can you zoom into that, Wendy?
Those aren't always perfect, Donnie, those
My-
squares.
My rendition of what's there would be solidified by the Alberta Land Surveyors when they come out to do the actual survey of the property. If council wishes to proceed with a recommendation to approve, I do have conditions that I would like to read.
Okay, yeah, so we just have to make sure we're with the setbacks, so everything, property lines, right?
The conditions set forth may answer that question for you.
Okay.
Would council like me to proceed with the proposed conditions, or would you like to vote first?
Council, who made the motion?
I did. Yeah, you could, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Alternatively, as per the land use bylaw number 167, section 69.4, B, 3, a subdivision of an existing farm sites are exempt from the soil productivity rating of a rating of 45% or less. D, demonstrate to the satisfaction of the municipality that existing farming operations will not be restricted. The proposed subdivision may be conditionally approved with the following conditions: legal and physical access to proposed and remnant parcel. The applicant must obtain an approved discretionary permit to allow vehicle and auto wreckage operations or remove all stored and derelict vehicles on the property. 3, real property report. 4, sewage disposal shall comply to the Alberta Safety Codes Act and Province of Alberta Public Health Act. And 5, the taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read the motion now. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council approves subdivision application number 2025-S-006 to subdivide a 20-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section northeast 2460-9 west of 4th M for David Zuriski on behalf of 2066806 Alberta Limited as per the following conditions 1 through 5 before you. Any discussion on this motion? So if this was subdivided, that'd be the last subdivision for that quarter ever,
That is correct.
because that'd be, there's, it looks like amazing land from the picture, looks like pin to pin black soil.
It has a very good soil rating. It is included in the report. The soil rating was
85%?
49.7.
Okay. All right, any other discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 8.3.
Administration is presenting subdivision application 2025-S-007 for council consideration. The applicant is proposing a 10.8 acre parcel from agricultural quarter section northwest 3259-4 west of the 4th meridian as shown on the map attached. Notification of the proposed subdivision was sent to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of April 22nd, 2025 to submit concerns to be considered at the May 13th, 2025 council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. This application for a 10.8 acre parcel does comply with the Municipal Government Act, Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipalities Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. Administration's recommended action is that council approve subdivision application 2025-S-007 for a 10.8 acre parcel from agricultural quarter section northwest 3259-4 for for Lisa and Richard McCray as per the following conditions. Number 1, legal and physical access to proposed and remnant parcels. Number 2, caveat for a 17-foot strip for future road widening on the west, north, and east of the remnant. Cash in lieu of municipal reserves, real property report, sewage disposal shall comply to the Alberta Safety Codes Act and Province of Alberta Public Health Act, and taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
I'll move to approve it.
Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council approves subdivision application number 2025S007 for a 10.8 acre parcel from agricultural quarter section, northwest 3259, fourth west of the 4th M, for Lisa and Richard McCray, as per the following conditions 1 through 6 before you. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Fadеев.
Just from my understanding, why 10.8?
The maximum through the chair, the maximum allowable for this quarter section would be 20 acres. If they take out the 10.8 plus what is left, they still have room for another 3-acre parcel should they choose to down the road. The applicant has requested the 10.8 in order to allow for them to further subdivide should their children decide they want to be part of that quarter section as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, sure. We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We're going to go on to 9.3. Just joking. 9.2.1. He's all ready to go there. All right, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Reed and Council. I'm here today to discuss the Municorp Regulation Bylaw 1874. This bylaw has been before Council before. The Executive Director of the Northeast Municorp Limited has requested amendments to the Municipal District of Bonnyville Municorp bylaw. These changes would align the MD with other Municorp partner communities who have already implemented the changes. This bylaw was reviewed by the Committee of the Whole on February 18th, 2025 and recommended to Council for approval without changes. It was brought before Council on March 25th, 2025 for first, second, and third reading in the discretion of Council. During that meeting, the bylaw was unable to proceed to third reading as during second reading, it did not receive unanimous consent. Per section 187 sub 4 of the Municipal Government Act, for a bylaw to receive all three readings in one meeting, unanimous consent by Council is required, and this was not achieved on that day. Therefore, it is back before Council today for consideration for third reading. The Director of Protective Services has reviewed the requested amendments and provided feedback to the Executive Director expressing concerns with some of the wording used in the amendment bylaw. The Executive Director has accepted these suggestions and agreed to revisit the bylaw within 2 years as they have a review planned during that time. Despite these gaps, the Executive Director has requested that the amended bylaw be approved by Council to align the MD with our other partner communities. As failing to do so could potentially introduce different rules for trail users as they travel between municipal boundaries. Given the imminent review by Northeast Municorp, administration does not object to this amended bylaw being given third reading as presented. And the attachment for your review is bylaw number 1874, the Municorp bylaw. Reference to our strategic plan is to enhance safety in the community. And it's Council's recommendation that bylaw 1874, being a bylaw by the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to regulate the use of the corridor owned by Northeast Municorp Limited, be given third reading.
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I still would like to see an amendment in there to section 9.6 stating that the trail is a mixed use, allowing exclusive use for OHV with tracks and or skis and non-motorized use between January 1st and March 31st, provided there's sufficient snow cover on the trail for snowmobiling. The way it states right now, the bylaw, it doesn't allow for snowmobiles, it doesn't allow for quads or side-by-sides to be able to use from January 1st to March 31st. And I know we talked about this back in February or January, and end of February, perfect example. Last week of February this year, all of our snow melted pretty much. The trail was, I was out driving on the highway, seeing people on their sides, quads and side-by-sides enjoying the trail. I even saw dirt bikes on the trail in March. So, I mean, I guess there's an element of common sense. It sounds like the officers are going to use it, but for that reason, I'll vote against the bylaw if it's going to be voted on as is. And if we're going to amend it, then I'm happy to go along with it.
Thank you. Councillor Swaggart.
Mr. Reeve, I'll make the motion to that the bylaw be given third reading.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that the bylaw number 1874, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87, to regulate the use of the corridor owned by the Northeast Municorp Limited, to be given third reading. Any discussion, gentlemen, on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.2.2.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. This RFD deals with request for budget reallocation for the Incident Command Post. In 2024, at the completion of the budget deliberations for the 2025 fiscal year, Council approved a $68,600 capital expense for the Emergency Management Department. These funds were set aside for renovations at the MD's Public Safety Building to make the space there more user-friendly as an emergency management incident command post. Following the arrival of the new BFRA CAO, Darren Sandbeck, Director Gandolfi met with Mr. Sandbeck, and the topic of emergency management spaces was discussed. Possibility of using the North Star facility the BRFA currently operates under was discussed. Upon visiting and assessing it, the facility proved significantly more user-friendly than the MD's planned development at the Public Safety Building. It is for this reason that administration is seeking council's approval to reallocate the $68,600 already assigned to the public safety renovations towards renovations at the North Star facility. The exact plans, excuse me, for the renovations at North Star are not yet known. There's been some discussion and we have an idea, but they've not yet been finalized. But partnering with the BRFA and sharing expenses, it is anticipated that savings will be realized. Additional benefits could include enhancing collaboration between the BRFA and the MD departments and staff, enhancing collaboration and synergy between the BRFA and MD Public Safety, enhancing synergy, and the timely sharing of information during a real-world incident, and potentially integrating emergency management training between both groups. The BRFA also has funding set aside to enhance this space, so these renovations would indeed be a partnership between the BRFA and the MD. The reference to our strategic plan is goal number 2, which is enhancing safety in the community. Concerning the source of funding, the budget reallocation would not see the funds transferred to the BRFA. Rather, the MD would retain control and oversight of the funds in question. The request to council is simply to permit those $68,600 previously allocated to the Public Safety Building be released for the use at the North Star facility to enhance the furniture, shelving, IT infrastructure, and other elements necessary for the deployment of 25 or more MD personnel to North Star during a major incident. Should all $68,600 not be needed at the North Star facility, they would simply not be expended. And it's Council's administration that Council approves entering into a facility use agreement with the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority for emergency management purposes, and furthermore, that Council approve the reallocation of funds previously approved as a capital expense for renovations to the Public Safety Building in the amount of $68,600 for renovations at the North Star facility in relation to establishing an incident command post.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fidel.
Yeah, thank you. Just the latest emergency management we had to deal with. We work together quite well, and because I mean it's the same thing. So I'm in favor of this. So the 68 be more like a leasehold improvement more than anything, right? So we would put that towards in. We would work out a lease for 5-10 years, and that will go towards that.
That would be, through the chair, that would be my intent, would be to work out some sort of an agreement or a lease with the BRFA to utilize their facility and then be able to allocate our resources to it. That way we could, you know, I think it's a better facility for us. That's the bottom line. So.
Awesome. Thanks for that, and I'd like to make the motion. Go ahead with that for option
thank
number
you.
1.
Thank you, Councillor Fidel, for making this motion. The council approves entering into a facility use agreement with the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority for emergency management purposes, and furthermore, the council approves the relocation of funds previously approved by the capital expense for renovations to the Public Safety Building in the amount of $68,600 for renovations at the BFRA North Star facility in relaxation to establish the incident command post. Any discussion on this? Councillor Crick.
Just for my own understanding, or I guess for everyone's understanding, is that 68,600 once it gets spent at the BRFA? Who owns the whatever? Like, is it for furniture? I saw that in the RFD. There's furniture, but is there renovations as well? Because I saw kind of both words in there. I wasn't sure. And
Well, that's, thank you for the question through the chair. It's a complicated question. We have sort of a complicated and evolving relationship with the BRFA. We have many assets that we own that they utilize, and we fund a lot of their operations as it relates to fire protection services. So it's an interesting question. I would suggest that you know, if we end up getting into a scenario where we're actually mounting you know, furniture, shelving, things of that nature, we're actually attaching it to a facility. You know, in the real estate world, that typically belongs to the facility. But, you know, it would be hard for us to say, well, that chair is mine and that chair is yours. And I understand, and I hope council understands the complexity of the relationship that we have. But it has worked over a number of years. And I think if we develop a robust agreement that kind of covers all of that off, because, I mean, things eventually will need to be replaced. So, you know, who's responsible for replacing a chair or replacing a table or whatnot? I think moving forward, we'll just have to structure an agreement that is agreeable to both parties and flexible enough to give us the ability to sort through some of those questions when they come up. I don't have an answer for you right this minute. But, you know, if there's one-off high-expense items, I could certainly see us sort of safeguarding that for the MD and making sure that that's enshrined somewhere. But most of what we're dealing with here, I think, is realistically furniture, chairs, maybe some enhancements to IT, maybe a printer. There's been discussion about putting a wall up in that room to reduce noise from the bays down below. So again, who's going to be paying for what really has more, you know, we have to work that out still with the BRFA, and they do have some money put aside for this renovation on their side as well.
And then the other part of the question is the town, like, so we're putting our emergency command center there, is the town doing theirs there as well, or is it just the MD and the BRFA putting stuff there, or what's the idea there?
So that's a question for the town. I don't know exactly what the town has currently in place for an emergency command post. I know that Mr. Sandbeck has reached out to the town and has obviously met with me to discuss emergency management and the path forward. And I think it's evolving as we speak. I don't know exactly how that's set up. I don't know what the town has in place for an incident command post. I can't answer that, unfortunately. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have an awesome day. 9.3.1.
Hello.
Hi.
Administration is seeking approval for a roadway closure and disposal bylaw number 1890, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville to close and dispose of by direct sale at fair market value, registered road plan 8722638 within plan 172-1848, block 2, lot 2, as shown on the map in Appendix A, in accordance with policy number C-3A.022 disposal of roadways policy. The applicant has requested to close, purchase, and consolidate the road plan into their 99.09 acre parcel to allow for unhindered use of their parcel as the road plan is not required for access. Council gave first reading at the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of council. A public hearing was held March 11th, 2025, with no concerns presented or received. Alberta Transportation approval was requested, and that approval was received on April 17th, 2025. Administration is recommending that council give second reading to bylaw number 1890, and furthermore, if carried, to proceed to third reading.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion. Councillor Crick? All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that bylaw number 1890 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to close and dispose of by sale at fair market value all that portions of registered road plan 8722638 be given second reading. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Looking for a third. Thank you. Councillor Slipchick. Oh. Thank you, Councillor Subject, for making this motion that bylaw number 1890 be given third reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.3.2.
Good morning.
Morning.
So administration has been working on a review and update of the Highway 28 and Highway 41 area structure plan to ensure the plan is consistent with the Municipal Government Act, current practices, municipal policies, and community aspirations, and is bringing it to council for first reading, which will repeal and replace the previous bylaw 1693. The review and update of the ASP was initiated in April of 2024 with assistance from community consulting firm Urban Systems. If the proposed bylaw receives first reading, the updated plan information, opportunities to provide perspectives and feedback, and scheduled public hearing information will be provided to area residences, landowners, and stakeholders. So the amended ASP draft reflects updates on the following: updating the airport information and the name to the Municipal District of Bonnyville Regional Airport, updating plan boundaries to run adjacent with the Moose Lake area structure plan boundaries, so there's no longer any overlapping between the two plans, and changing the formatting to be consistent with other recently approved area structure plans such as Moose Lake, Chicken Hill, Crane Lake, and Highway 55. So administration's recommendation is that bylaw be given first reading.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion, gentlemen. Councillor Crick?
This will come back for a public hearing.
Correct. It'll
Yeah.
come back for a public hearing and then second and third.
Okay, yeah. I'll make the
Okay.
motion. I'll make motion for first reading then.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion. That bylaw number 1897 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to adopt the Highway 28 and Highway 41 area structure plan to be given first reading. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to 9.3.3.
Administration is seeking approval to remove the municipal reserve designation from Plan 822-1629, Block 2, Lot 11 MR, located within the Northeast 1062-1 west of the 4th Meridian in the hamlet of Cherry Grove, as you can see on the map attached in Appendix A. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, a public hearing must be held prior to directing the designated officer to notify the registrar that the provisions of the MGA have been complied with and request the registrar to remove the municipal reserve designation. A public hearing was held April 22nd, 2025. There were no written submissions or in-person or virtual attendees at the public hearing. Administration is recommending that council directs the designated officer to notify the registrar that the provisions of the Municipal Government Act have been complied with and requests the registrar to remove the designation of municipal reserve from Plan 822-1629, Block 2, Lot 11 MR, within Northeast 1062-1 west of the 4th.
Thank you. Looking for a motion, Councillor Swiger? Okay, thank you, Councillor Swiger, for making this motion that council directs the designation officer to be notified to registers that the provisions of the Municipal Government Act have been compiled with and request to the register to remove the designation of municipal reserve from Plan 822-1629, Block 2, Lot 11 MR within Northeast 1062-1 west of the 4th Meridian. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. It's like musical chairs. Lisa's up next? No? Okay. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.3.4.
Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Morning.
So this item is with regards to a floor scrubber that we have purchased for Canuso. So just to meet operational need, we had a floor scrubber that went down. We did not identify it in the operational budget as it was identified in the ERP. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough funds in the ERP to cover the cost. So I did just get 3 quotes, and for what we were looking at, the U-Line compact floor scrubber with the 20-inch head on it was what we required. It was the cheapest price point out of the 3, and that included GST and shipping. So we went forward just to meet operational need by purchasing the floor scrubber as it was the high point of our season. So administration's recommended action is that council approves the unbudgeted expenditure for the purchase of the new floor scrubber for Canuso Ridge Resort to a maximum of $8,000 to be funded from Canuso Building and Repairs Maintenance Operation budget.
Thank you. Who would like to make the motion? Councillor Fadеев, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a lot less of a number we usually see. Usually there's a few more zeros on anything that the case is asking for. So I'll make that option number 1, please. Thank you.
I thought you were going to amend it and put another 0. All right, thank you, Councillor Fadеев, for making this motion that council approves unbudgeted expenditure for the purchase of a new floor scrubber for Canuso Ridge Resort to a maximum of $8,000 to be funded from the Canuso Building and Repairs and Maintenance Operation budget. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. So how long is this quarterly report's gonna? You guys gonna be quick? Awesome. Go ahead.
So we're presenting the first quarterly report for Planning and Community Services, and I'm going to kick it off with Planning and Development. So at a glance, in the first quarter, we did 51 development permits, 38 building permits, 6 subdivisions, 37 realtor reports. Our P&D reception received 1,121 calls. We had 6 housing starts, 104 safety codes permits, 309 inspection reports, 10 address signs ordered, and 50 satisfaction surveys that were sent out. As development permits, you can see we had development permits in every ward with 55 total, with the average time to issue in 2 days for permitted use. Approach permits were 20 days, as they do need to do an inspection, and discretionary use, we had them issued within 23 days on average. We did have 38 building permits, with the majority residential, and industrial was a close second. Average time to issue building permits for the first quarter was 18 days, and total construction value is just over $4.2 million. For our safety codes permits, we had 36 electrical, 53 gas, 8 plumbing, 7 septic permits, and we also completed 309 inspection reports from the inspectors. Average time to issue the permits for electrical, plumbing, and gas, they're issued on the spot, same day, and the septic permits, we were getting them done within 1 day. Our housing starts for the first quarter were all single-family dwellings. And we had 6 new applications for subdivisions, 5 endorsed, with an average of 50 days to approval for each of the subdivision applications. GIS has moved under planning and development now, so as you can see, GIS touches all these different departments. So they did work for asset management, they did a field map for agricultural services, they participated in the emergency management disaster scenario that we had. They did some work for legislative services in having address data fit for the certain criteria. They were working with economic development and as well with planning and development with the creation of the new ownership map book. Some quick updates. We had 37 realtor reports with a turnaround time of 1.5 days. Address signs, a turnaround time of 5 weeks, because we do wait till we have at least 10 signs in order to put in an order. We had 9 new non-compliances and 10 resolved in the first quarter, and our satisfaction survey, 50 were sent out. We did receive 8 responses, with the majority of them satisfied to very satisfied. A couple quick updates, our land use bylaw, quick project updates. So a draft document has been completed and we are now ready for public engagement. So some notable changes that we have included in this draft are increase the number of dwellings per lot, a formula to calculate allowable livestock and animals based on the size of lots. Some regulations added for solar energy collection systems. We've created a minor and a major definition. And the 5-foot setback threshold is increased for parcels up to 30,000 square foot. So these smaller parcels were having their 25-foot setback and they were not finding a building envelope. So secondary suites also have been moved from discretionary to permitted use in all districts, but within Hamlet. So it should stop some discretionary secondary suites coming to council. And our next steps are public engagement and then presentation to council for adoption. So we are working with our consultant Stantec for a survey that is looking to be open for the public beginning of June. And the other update I had was the Highway 2841 ASP, but we just completed first reading and you did get an update earlier in the meeting on that one. So if you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen?
No, perfect. I'll ask Scott to come up and do the economic development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. It's my pleasure this morning to present the first quarter update for economic development. And let it be known, it's really hard to follow. Lisa, she's awesome.
You hear that, Lisa? All right.
Thank you again. So in this most recent quarter, we had 15 external meetings, one significant new lead generation, working on 4 projects. We had opportunities for 5 training sessions or webinars. We did 8 business visits and attended 9 events. Update for our business and industry growth strategy. The business registry program is ongoing. Economic development website updates in progress. Business visitation program is ongoing. The value proposition for the MD is under review. Investment Attraction Action Plan, or the NRED grant, is ongoing. The ACP Commercial Industrial Property Listings in conjunction with the Alberta Hub is ongoing. Business Attraction, Retention, and Expansion Program is continuing. The community profile is under review. We have recently received approval for the ACP meat processing, the Alberta Community Partnership, acronyms. We were recently approved for the meat processing feasibility study, and to date we've issued the RFP. It says under development, but since this was submitted, we've posted that. We're involved with the Hub as well in an unmanned aerial vehicle grant through the SCOP grant, which is a provincial grant, and we continue to work on the small modular reactor consultation as well, and establish meeting protocol for that. From a pure economic development perspective, regional development collaboration, we continue to work on a project called the Future Fighter Procurement. This is a program that we work with our Economic Development Chamber of Commerce and Community Futures partners to ensure that our local contractors and subcontractors and trades are aware of the expansion at CFB Cold Lake as that project unfolds. We continue to work with Invest Alberta and Invest Canada on lead generation. We continue to work ongoing in identifying shovel-ready projects. And we've, I think this is, we seem to have a repeat here for Invest Alberta and Invest Canada, so I apologize for that. From a lead generation perspective, we continue to work on previous leads with the small nuclear reactor. We've identified that we'll move forward with our limited partnership agreement and continue to meet with them on a monthly basis. We've had some confidential client inquiries as well, and we're continuing to work on a natural resource extraction opportunity that was presented to us in this quarter. From a brand development perspective, we continue to develop communication materials. We continue to work on our MD Champion or Ambassador program, bringing a policy forward. We support the rebranding when it's in situ. It's currently on hold. We completed an economic development newsletter for Q1 recently and distributed that. We continue to work on opportunities for council to attend economic development events. And most recently, we provided an article to the Rural Review for our gap analysis. We attended a number of meetings, important meetings with our partners, including Invest Alberta, Site Selectors, Nucleon Energy, Travel Alberta, Travel Lakeland, Portage College, real estate brokers from the area, the Alberta Hub, the Chambers of Commerce, our REAP program, which is a Regional Economic Information Sharing Partnership, STEP, which is the St. Paul and Elk Point Economic Development Group, Jobs, Economy and Trade, Alberta Innovates, Northeast Gas, TC Energy, and we've attended business planning sessions. From an events perspective, we were fairly busy. I attended the Economic Developers Association of Alberta Conference in Kananaskis, and I was kindly joined by Councillor Swigert. Thank you very much for that. Alberta Aviation Council Dinner Propelling Alberta. I attended that in Edmonton, and thank you for Councillor Fedev for joining me at that and actually inviting me to that. We had an airport master plan open house, and it was fairly well attended. We had special groups for the hangar owners, for the adjacent property owners in the Aurora Borealis, and for general users. And all of those events were, again, very well attended, and there was a survey that people were asked to participate in, and there'll be a report coming up later from Echimero in your correspondence, and it'll indicate how well attended that event was. We attended the Small Modular Reactor Summit in Edmonton, Canadian Manufacturers Exporters Dinner, which was attended by Councillor Fedev and Councillor Slipchuk, as well as myself. And we met with or attended an event with the Government of Alberta for our economic dashboard tool, which I believe that was held at the ski hill. And we did an MD site tour with Alberta Jobs and Economy and Trade. Project-wise, we continue to work on the industrial commercial gap analysis, which we're wrapping up, and hopefully we'll have a presentation here in coming up in June or July. We continue to work on the airport economic development impact analysis, as well as the master plan, and of course the meat processing feasibility study that I alluded to earlier. Any questions, gentlemen?
Yes, Councillor Fedev.
It's more of a comment, a lot of accolades on the job that Scott Kovich does, and yeah, so every time I run across somebody that knows him, they just they tell him how great of a job he's doing. So
Now someone has to follow you.
Humble, thank you very much for that.
Oh, 1 second, you get some more.
Where are we at with that meat processing survey?
Okay, so
feasibility study, I guess.
Yeah, so we just issued the RFP basically a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, and so it'll close here at the end of next week, I believe. And then so our goal is to start that at the end of July and to have it completed before, I think, around the end of November. Any further questions about okay.
Yeah, we have one more. Councillor Sipchik.
Yeah, I noticed that we had on income, that we had that airport HM Aero Aviation, and how a lot of the residents are over 60% in support of our improving our airport. So it's good that you're doing all this stuff and attract business for us.
Thank you again.
Well, before his head starts swelling, we better sit him down.
Thank you.
Good job. Next.
Good morning, Council.
Hey, good morning.
So we're here to present the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Quarter 1 report. Over the last quarter, we've been very busy hiring seasonal staff. We end up getting 42 seasonal staff for the summer program. Shaw House events, we hosted 3 or 4 different venues, Oil Men's Family Day event, Bushcraft course. We had a couple of external meeting room bookings as well. Our project updates, the Cold Lake MD boat launch, we're right now 75% completed on that one. We had the joy of installing a boat launch concrete ramps in January month in the lake, cutting through the ice. Right now, we are waiting for the asphalt plants to open up, and then we can finish off with the paving and complete that job. Cold Lake Picnic Shelter and the Cold Lake Office Building, both of those have been awarded to a local contractor, Valley Master Builders. They will be soon starting up the work on those. Our cross-country ski trails, we were out there pretty much all winter fighting the weather that we had. It was warm and cold, and then we're dealing with a lot of ice buildup. We managed to get through the season with good quality trails. We ended up closing them down on March the 5th, and the very next day we met with the 2026 Winter Games Committee, the Alberta Winter Games Committee. As far as professional developments within our team, we continue to grow. We got some emergency management training in there, leadership training. We sent one of our employees off to the Tourism Industry Association of Alberta Summit, the RVDA Alberta Summit as well. Our outdoor rinks, fluctuating temperatures created difficulties in the ice making process again this year. Our ice rinks were open for a total of 69 days, officially closing on February the 27th, 2025. We were fighting with the weather again. This year for our campgrounds, we did have one little slight change from previous years. We started a week earlier for doing bookings. Those bookings were for week-long bookings only, so we did that at the very end of March. That being said, we had 484 total bookings. There was 4,797 nights booked, and it was just under the $192,000. We're doing this, it helps generate the revenue as well as allowing people to stay longer in our campgrounds when they want to stay there for a week or more. Our trail usage numbers are pretty much on par with every other year. We have the same number of people out using our trails throughout the MD. There was a couple of counters that we did not get the information from just because of malfunction with the batteries. Batteries froze up. We did go out every year in the spring. We go out and we do a full inspection. So we completed the spring inspection here in March. We identified the deficiencies, and we've also teamed up now with T&U department for crack repairs and try to do the maintenance on those over this summer. Our community giving, council giving, we had 9 recipients, $219,500 that we allotted out. The community action grant, we had $103,890 from 11 applicants that were approved. Donation, just in monetary, there was another 17 applicants, over $18,000 that we provided. Donation, monetary, and merchandise, in-kind services. There was another $750 in monetary. There was $249 in voucher values. Donations, merchandise, in-kind services. There was a value of $4,200 there as well in 14 applicants that we've helped out. One of the bigger programs that we have at the Shaw House right now currently is a new community connection program. This is where residents have been invited to share their knowledge with other community members using the Shaw House municipal reserves and or our campgrounds as they're teaching locations through a Share Your Talents campaign. Local experts have been in contact and have started to offer courses at Shaw House and at campgrounds. Right now we have yoga, Pilates, there's sounding bowls, and we have a bushcraft course that's also out there in our campgrounds. These, the main goals for these are highlights local recreational opportunities, creates connection within our community, demonstrates community support, creates opportunity for engagement and promotes active lifestyle. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Counselor Slipchik.
Yeah, trail usage, Ardmore. So that shows 795. That's how many times Councillor Swaggart walked the trail?
That's.
You're not gonna answer that?
No answer to that one.
Not going there is right, Counselor Fideo. Any other discussion or questions for this man? You're off the hook.
Thank you.
Great job. Have a great rest of the day. Nice tie, by the way. I think we're almost matching. Next.
Good morning again,
Morning
Region
again.
Council. So as we go through, our presentation is always a little more statistical in nature. And we'll be doing the same with parks moving forward, just to give you guys a very good understanding of the allocation of funds and where things are going, so we understand what's going on. The big one here, 83 operational days, so it's more operational days than we've had the past 2 seasons. One of the biggest hits that we did have this year was the cold weather, and we lost 10 school days. And the school days, just by the volume of students that come out to the Hill, 10 days is a big revenue loss for us. But what we did do in March, we did open up Mondays and Tuesdays to try to ensure all the students from all the schools could come into the facility. You'll see that later on in the presentation. Next slide. There is a typographical error here that I noticed as I was sitting down. The negative 1.6 million. The actual variance on that is 731,781, which means that from 2024 to 25 season to the 21-22 season, we have still seen over a $400,000 positive to the MD variance that way. So in the quarter, we've reduced that negative number from negative 731 to negative 329. And we are going to continue with that, looking at our expenditures and our revenue streams and seeing what we can do there to try to net zero that as close as we can as we look at our level of service. Wages by service area. So we just wanted to kind of show kind of where those savings and wages do occur and what we've been able to save over the last 3 seasons and what that looks like. And as we saw by the operational hours, we know that we are actually operating more, but we are saving wages. So kudos to all the departments at Canuso. Next slide is just with regards to season passes. So as you can see, the individual passes have gone up. The family passes have also gone up. So obviously total has gone up, revenue has gone up. What we did as well, we've opened up our early bird much earlier than we have, months earlier than we have before. And we've noticed we've got a lot of traction that way with the season passes. On the flip side of that, we've seen a slight dip in the revenue of individual lift tickets, which obviously with the passes being sold, you'll see that little dip within there. School visits, as mentioned, with regards to both lift tickets and tube tickets. We do see that difference, and then the revenue associated to that. We did have a school lunch program that was associated in the other 2 numbers. So even though it is a lesser number within the kitchen, you did see that number go up a bit based on the school lunch programs as that changed this year from previous years. Just going back to food sales, just so we can understand what kind of food sells, we're talking like 41,000 bucks a poutine, 12 grand of chicken fingers. Our school lunch program, which is separated out now, is at about 33,000 bucks, $14,000 of churros. We know that we are a solid concession that does really well selling concessionary type foods. So that's what our focus has been.
I think I'm gonna have poutine next time I go, because it
Yeah.
looks like it can't lie.
So special events, so on the right you see the Nacho Libre kind of slush cup folks there. So we did our winter camps, 71 camps sold, the revenue associated to that, 6 private, 2 park rentals. We had 106 participants at the slush cup, that over doubled from last year's. So we just see that continuity of having the same event, how that affects it. Also, with those cold weather days, the blizzard blast got bumped to the last weekend of the season, and that really helped with the slush cup and just having, you know, an extra 40, 50 kids at the hill and parents wanting to participate. The Rail Jam, kind of reintroducing that back to Canuso. We had 29 participants, and hopefully some of these kids will continue on and potentially make the Alberta Winter Games freestyle team next year. The Snow Fever event, which was our family day event with the photo booth, special pricing, special menu items for the day, and the annual Ski with Santa event, which was a hit again, just over $12,000 there. Resort guests, so as you can see, still over 60% of our folks are coming from the city of Cold Lake, 23% from the MD of Bonnyville, 14% from the town, to make that local guest just over 13,000. Alberta, just over 16,000, just under 2,000 from Saskatchewan, to make that just over 18,000 guests from the local area. From a marketing perspective, just as you can see, radio advertisements, ski reports, we do a weekly ski report, paid social media campaigns, so boosting things on Facebook, and we did see extra traction coming in on events through that. The Friday and Wednesday night pop-up night skis and tubing promos, also working with the Blizzards on their night, doing pop-ups just to really help that team get their practice time on the hill as well. Tidbits of change, collaboration, and that was one of a video with Chris Hollenboff talking about the CADS program and various other instructing that he does at the hills with the school programs. Valentine's special, Snow Fever campaign, the Slush Cup and Rail Jam merchandise we did this year. And then the 2-park last week promo, so just to really encourage people going in the 2-park, we did reduced rates, reduced family rates, just to get people out on the hill. And then the Blizzard Blast that also occurred the last weekend, closing weekend, Slush Cup weekend, which was really good for the community. Next slide. So just going through capital projects, 25% on the main gate. RFP is currently out to get tenders for the next steps of, and also including planning and permitting. The backup generator, there was a little hitch, but luckily it all went through. So as of Friday of last week, it was energized back on. So now we've got the backup generator working within the facility. The Critters conveyor belt replacement, 30% done. It has been awarded, just waiting for on-site delivery, and we will get that installed internally on-site. Terrain park upgrades, and that will also be associated with the Alberta Winter Games. And just looking at the initial quotes and designs for the games, and then how we can integrate that into the hill for people to enjoy for the whole season. Thank you.
All right, we have some questions. We have Councillor Kraviak. One second. Councillor Kraviak, then Councillor Fadeev.
Thank you very much. Through the
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Don't let it happen again. If you look at the school visits,
Yep.
you know, the numbers for 24-25 are more than 23-24, and the total is less. So the total for 23-24 should be like 210,549 or something.
Yeah.
Instead of 226. So the numbers are less, yet the total revenue is more. The 226 should be about 210, 549, not 226.
Yeah, and there was when I went through that, sorry to Councillor Kraviak, when I went through that slide, just speaking about that lunch program differential, although it has the tickets here, there was also charges associated to lunch programs that went directly into here, where that got pulled out.
Oh,
And then it was on the slide at $33,000, I believe, or 30,000 for this year.
Yeah, he mentioned it during his report.
Yeah, except these numbers don't add up, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay, you're good?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Counselor Fadеев, I gotta turn you on again. There you go.
So in regards to this slush cup, it was a great vibe there. It was like a lot of energy. So I think that had to do a lot with the Blizzard
Yes.
teams being there. Are you guys trying to do that again next year? Because a lot of compliments and some great wipeouts as well. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would love to have them there the last weekend, but for the needs of their race, ideally, it's better for them to do it when they do it in February with the snow conditions as with the melt and a few other elements, but we would be more than open and willing to have them run that race the last weekend every season.
Great, sounds good. Yeah, thanks. So, regards to the Ridge Restaurant, getting some feedback. So there's a lot of confusion to the hours. So I'm understanding, and you could clarify this, that the Ridge Restaurant Facebook site is going to be different now than the KRR one. Can you say?
Yes, through to Councillor Fideo, we are looking at eliminating that Ridge, the restaurant Facebook, just going under the one heading for the ski hill, as it does create confusion as people are looking in multiple places for the same information. And it will kind of mirror the operation of the events taking place. So for summertime, it would really align with the Friday, Saturday, Sunday brunch offerings, Saturday, Sunday.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Counselor Slipchuk?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the wages, how there was like a $249,000 reduction in wages from 24. Did that hinder our service quality at all by that, or? Because that's a big number.
Through to Councillor Slipchuk, when you look at our operational hours and the revenue being brought in through those operational hours, we feel it has not affected our service delivery. We've also been able to have pop-up ski nights. We've been able to work with the Blizzard ski team with their training in the evenings to align with pop-up ski nights. So I'd say we're keeping our level of service, even trying to enhance it while spending less money.
Okay, because that's a huge drop. Kudos to you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Just looking, I think, for a motion though, Councilor Kraviak? All right, thank you, Councilor Kraviak, for making a motion that Council accepts the Planning and Community Services 2025 first quarterly report as information. Any discussion? I think Santa Claus could be a part of that slush thing there, so. All right. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you, everyone. I think we're going for, oh. You guys want to finish the addition or go for lunch? 9.36? Okay, they want you up there. Come on up. This addition, 9.3.6.
Once again, good morning.
Morning.
Reeve Council. Before you, we have an RFD. The Airport Master Plan carry forward. In September 2024, the MD administration approved a $56,000 expense for the development of a municipal Bonnyville Regional District Airport Master Plan that supports Council's economic development aspirations. The development of the airport, economic impact assessment, and the airport master plan are crucial to the overall investment attraction plan that includes the promotion of land and building sales at the adjacent industrial subdivision to increase MD revenue. The airport master plan will include various numbers of analysis and current economic, social, and emergency management benefits, overall utilization levels at the airport. The reference for the strategic plan, goal number 1 is building a viable, diversified regional economy. The objective is to develop an economic development strategy inclusive of business and industrial attraction, retention, and expansion while maintaining our rural influences. The sub-objective there is a long-range airport expansion and also the airport commercial subdivision. So the costs of this project were budgeted at $56,000, and the source of funding is reallocation from the 2024 operating budget that was an oversight, and that money wasn't actually put into the budget from operations in 2024. So administration recommends that council supports the airport master plan development funding request of $56,000 in the 2025 operating budget, as the original $56,000 approved in the 2024 budget was not carried forward from the 2024 operating budget.
Thank you. Any questions or someone like to make a motion? Councillor Slipchik?
I'll make a motion for option 1.
All right, thank you, Councillor Slipchik, for making this motion. The council supports the airport master plan development funding request of $56,000 in the 2025 operating budget, as the original $56,000 approved in the 2024 operating budget was not carried forward from the 2024 operating budget. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Fadeev.
I think this is almost kind of done on purpose, because now we have a HM Aero Aviation did their study, so this kind of works out perfect for timing, so thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'm going to call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Now we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Welcome back. We are going to 9.4 and 9.41.
Through the Reeve to all of council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before council today is a request for tax arrears cancellation for two roll numbers, 640605-4001 and 640605-3001. A property tax arrears cancellation request was received requesting cancellation of a past levy, that's the 2022 tax year, and penalties for two properties. In addition, the request included canceling a portion of the 2021 tax levy due to the provincial lease being canceled on March 25th, 2021. Therefore, the properties were only subject to taxation for 23% of that year. The request for this cancellation is detailed as follows. So for the roll number 6406063001, the 2022 tax levy and penalties were $36.69. The 2021 levy that would not be subject to levy is $20.94. So that total request is $57.63. For the second property, 640605-4001, the 2022 levy and penalties is $34.38. The 2021 tax levy, not subject to levy, is $19.53, so that total is $53.91. The 2021 levies for both properties were paid in 2021 prior to the 2021 penalty date. The only amount outstanding are the 2022 levies and penalties starting in 2022. The two properties were assessed up to the 2022 tax year and were assessed and taxed as farmland parcels. The request is asking for a cancellation of part of the 2021 tax levy due to the provincial lease being active for only 23% of the 2021 year. Once the lease is cancelled, the assessed party is the province of Alberta, and the province is exempt from taxation for these parcels. Section 368(2) of the Municipal Government Act defines a taxable property or part of a taxable property becomes exempt if A, the use of the property changes to one that qualifies for exemption. Section 368(3) of the Municipal Government Act states, if the taxable status of a property changes, a tax imposed in respect of it must be prorated, so that the tax is payable only for part of the year in which the property, or part of it, is not exempt. In the past, the Assessment Services Division has experienced delays in provincial lease cancellations appearing in Abadata, the source used to verify that provincial leases have been cancelled. The request includes the official letter confirming the cancellation of the lease. The request is attached as Appendix A. The cost or source of funding, should council choose to cancel the levies and the penalties, approving a cancellation of taxes and penalties will result in a reduction of the allowance for doubtful accounts to the value defined by council. Council's decision will be communicated to the property owner through a telephone call and letter. Now, administration's recommendation is that council denies the request to cancel a portion of the 2021 tax levy and 2022 tax levy penalties for the roll number 6406063001 totaling $57.63 and roll 640605-4001 totaling $53.91. It's up to council to decide what council would like to do with this.
Thank you. Someone like to make a motion? Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, through the Reeve. So why are you recommending to cancel if he canceled the lease in 2021?
Through the chair to all of council, good question. For us, because it wasn't showing up on Abadata within that time, And that's our source reference to go back to it. That's why we're recommending to deny it. But now that it's on Abadata and it's showing the date that was on the letter, council has the authority, if they so choose to now make that adjustment on the tax roll and adjust the taxes and penalties to the amounts requested.
Thank you. Through the reeve, I'd like to make a motion for option 2 to approve the request to cancel.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Kraviak. We'll wait for that motion to come up. Okay, thank you, Councilor Kraviak, once again for this motion that council approves the request to cancel a portion of the 2021 tax levy, the 2022 tax levy and penalties for Southeast 64, 6 and 5 west of the 4th Meridian, 64060630001 to a total of 5763, and southwest of 64, 6, 5 west of the 4th M, 64060540001 to a total of 5391. Any discussion on this? Councilor Fadave.
Thanks. So once this is done, we've corrected everything going forward.
Through the reeve to all of council, correct, it matches the request that they're asking.
Any other discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.4.2.
Good afternoon, Raven Council.
Good afternoon.
I'm here today to present the unaudited financial statements ending March 31st, 2025. The purpose of this report is to present council with financial results for the first quarter, which ended March 31st, 2025. Regular quarterly financial reporting provides council with the required financial information to make informed business decisions and assist in meeting council's responsibility to the community, as well as adhering to the CAO's legislated responsibility to inform council. Attached for council's review is Appendix A, which is our statement of operations. That is our actuals versus budget, with the variations off to the right-hand side. Appendix B is our statement of financial position. This is our assets over liabilities. And you can see that our assets are up compared to 2024 and the liabilities are down compared to 2024. So this status puts us in a great overall position. Appendix C is the schedule of reserves. So it displays all of the reserves and their balances that we have as of March 31st, 2025. Appendix D is the investment continuity schedule. This continuity schedule shows that we pulled $10 million out to put into our operating general bank account, as well as having one that matured, and then we put it back into investments. So the grand total for investments at the end is just a little over $123 million. Appendix E is our capital project work in progress report. The majority of this report is carried over from the previous years. We only have 4 on this report that were created in 2025. I'm open for questions if anybody has any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Yes, Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, some of these projects go back, several years. I'm just kind of curious, are we, well, I'm going to look at, they're not numbered, but I'll just look at one here. It says, Bridge file 80531, Range Road 431 north of Township Road 624. And it's April 13th, 2023. It says landowner not cooperating. So what are we doing with that?
So when I got this information to move forward on the projects for this report to council, I reached out to the different departments. I was not privy to that information. So if that's something that you're needing, I would have to go back, request that information, and then pass it on to the CAO for to go to council at a later date.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because there's a few that they're kind of, it says ongoing, there's another one, self-performing as available resources. Crane Lake Storm Master Plan.
So finance does reach out, through the chair to all of council. I keep forgetting that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Finance does reach out to the different departments to get the information on it, because we are not the project leads. So we look after the billing and the reconciliation.
Yeah,
So
no,
if there's-
I'm kind of surprised that I'm asking you these questions because you're not kind of the owner of the projects,
No, but I can definitely bring that information, that request back and get that information if you so wish.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Crane Lake Storm Master Plan, or Stormwater Master Plan, I guess.
Okay.
It's kind of ongoing, but it just says self-performing as available resources, so I'm not sure what that means, and what, are we actually doing anything?
Yeah, I can get some more information on that and then have that brought back.
And then the 2021 Cold Lake mooring on hold until further notice, that's 2021 though, so I'm not sure what the holdup on that one was.
It just says that it's on hold until further notice. I'm not sure if that means that they were, the funds were, we were waiting for more funding, like in the 2025 budget. Again, I'd have to get some information and bring that forward.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Just looking for a motion then, gentlemen. Okay, thank you, Councilor Kraviak, for making this motion that council accepts the unaudited financial statement report for the 2025 first quarter ending March 31st, 2025 as information. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to call for the vote. You're in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to 9.4.3. Corporate services.
We bring to you the Corporate Services 2025 first quarterly report. And they're all attached to the RFD. The first one, Appendix A, is assessment services, so I will be presenting that one. So in the first quarter, property tax penalties in 2025 was $173,000, which is a little higher than the 2024 at $146,000. For property tax revenues, at the time of constructing this, the anticipation is that the taxes would be levied in Q2 in May. The property tax payment plan saw a slight increase from this time last year, and that's basically because in January and February there's new sign-ups for auto pay that we get into the system. Into the arrears list, the 2025 arrears list had 84 properties, where last year we had 80 properties to be placed on the tax arrears list. And on the next slide, property assessment, this is the left side is the designated industrial properties. That's the area we have contracted out with the province to do the oil field. The linear part of the designated industrial property, $278.8 million increase in the physical growth, and that's assessment physical growth. And this also includes the end of the 3-year well and pipeline tax holiday. There was also estimated to be a $79 million increase due to inflation, and that would be that assessment year modifier that I bring up every once in a while. This resulted in a net assessment increase estimate of $357 million. In the DIP non-linear, this would just be the oil field, machinery and equipment and buildings. We saw roughly a $36.8 million assessment increase due to physical growth. We saw a $76.4 million decrease due to inflation, so there was some adjustment there. The net result, that should be increased. My apologies. That's a typo. The result is a net assessment increase of $113.2 million. On the property assessment on the municipal side, 2024 assessment roll was declared on February 28th, 2025. The residential property median market value increase was 3.3%. So half of the market value increases was above 3.3% and half were below. The range of increase was between a 4% drop to a 10% increase. That's where the majority of the residential properties fell in. And this was based on looking at 5,000 residential properties. The non-residential market value, median market value increase was 0. So the non-residential side was pretty well flat this year for July of 2024 from July of 2023. And the last slide is the municipal insurance expense. In 2024, at this time, we had $428,000 of expenses. That wasn't available at the time of the compiling of this date, as the auditors were still working on their audit report. So 2024 had not been closed. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, next up is finance.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So starting off with the payables, the amount of invoices that we had for the first quarter was 1,776, so that was down comparison to the 2024 year. And our disbursements were down for the 2025 by just a little over $862,000. Moving on to the utilities. Our utilities, we had billing for the 3 months at $156,942. Outstanding is in a negative balance, and that's because the majority of our customers now are prepaying their accounts since we've created that bylaw 1848, where we transfer any taxes that are 90 days in arrears over to taxes. So on there we have January transfers were 34, February transfers 29, and March transfers 21. So we started out high at the beginning of the year. I think things are catching on and it's starting to lower as the months go by. We do have a lot in our, the 52% is in our 31 to 60 days. Moving on to the receivables. We do airport fees, landfill fees, security patrols, permits, tax certificates, Kinesu for groups, and school billings. We did just a little over $1 million for the billing period, and outstanding is $501,642, and the majority of the outstanding in that one is 61 to 90 days, and people are just taking a little bit longer to pay according to that. I did add a last page because some of my team members wanted to have brought forward to council of some of the other duties that we do. So for instance, creating projects, finance training, of course dealing with the auditors, working with work orders, fuel master transactions, and of course the grant applications. So that's all I have for the activity for first quarter. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? You're off the hook.
Thank you.
Yep. Next.
Good afternoon, Reeve Council. So I'm here this afternoon to present the quarterly report for the first quarter for Human Resources and Payroll. I just want to give you a little context to the active staff and recruitment at a glance numbers that you'll see up there. So throughout January to March, we actively recruited 85 seasonal staff throughout online job boards, our online seasonal employment application, and a Chamber of Commerce job fair that we attended. We received 219 applications from our online seasonal employment survey, as well as numerous applications through email or in-person drop-off. We sent out 61 letters of offer to seasonal staff, 1 casual, 1 temporary, and 7 full-time. We organized leadership development training, part 1. Part 2 is upcoming. Part 1 we did in March, for 40 staff. The compensation review was finalized, and the new grid was implemented on March 30th as well. That's kind of what we have in a nutshell. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Awesome.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Reeve Council.
Hey, good afternoon.
I'm here today to present to you the IT help desk and security report. So you'll see in first quarter 2025, we had a slight drop from Q4 of last year and a steady decline from the year before, its first quarter. I think this is mostly attributed to just improving processes and documentation for staff to be able to read and pull on before calling or putting in a support ticket. Here is the same quarter for the last few years. Same kind of story here. Obviously, 2021 was a big year. I think that was due to the times, and things have been sort of steady since then. This is our ticket resolution time. Majority of our tickets were resolving within an hour. Then quite a few as well in 1 to 5 hours, and they trail off from there. Our security risk score keeps improving. Current score 6.3. Last time we reported was 6.6. Benchmark score is also 6.6, and ideally we'd like to get to a 4, but that's a tall order. In the last 30 days, we've seen 136 new risks, mitigated 1,480, and have 583 still unresolved. Our security coverage score, again, continue to keep this at 100%. Pretty happy about this one. This includes everything from our configurations, monitoring, ticketing, external scans from our security vendor. Thanks. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have one.
Thanks. Thank you. I don't know if some of you guys were upgrading or doing something, but I was involved in 2 meetings last week, and both meetings had challenges getting connected with the other person online. Just wanting to see what your plans are for that.
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to.
Okay.
Meetings within our facilities or?
Zoom meetings with somebody from Edmonton and things like that, and just things haven't been going well.
Okay. Were you in one of our facilities in the buildings or
Right,
at home?
both times. Both different rooms, both times.
Okay.
So
We can definitely look into that for you and see what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Just looking for a motion, gentlemen. Oh, one more. Okay, the main event. Here she comes. I apologize. You can throw darts at me later.
Okay.
All right, we have a function happening.
The rest you better duck. I'm not that good. Good afternoon, Reeve and
Balloons
Council.
all around the head.
I'm pleased to present the Occupational Health and Safety first quarter report. Our employees worked more than 76,000 hours without a recordable injury in Q1 this year. You can see from that first chart, Q1 is typically a good series of months for us, and in 3 consecutive Q1s, we have had just 1 recordable injury, and that was in 2024. Our second lagging indicator is property damage, and it includes any loss to the company. So that includes vehicle damage, equipment damage, fence damage, building damage, tool damage, any property loss to the company. In Q1 this year, we had 3 property damage incidents in January and have since followed it up with 0 incidents through February and March. And you can see up there January, February, March for the 3 consecutive years. So our property damage incidents have been declining in the first quarter. Looking now to our leading indicators, and if you look at this first bar chart, I don't know what happened with the legend there, but it is January, it should be January, February, March instead of what it says there. So we have significant improvement in leading indicators over Q1 back in 2023, and we are staying relatively consistent with our numbers in 2025. We are slightly down in 25. We did have less health and safety members, and I was on vacation for a significant portion in January. So our inspections are a little bit down, but those are numbers in 24 and 25. That's what we're going to be expecting to see over the next little while for inspections. Looking now into proactive reporting by the quarter, hazard reporting and near misses are down slightly in 2025. So you'll see that we have 2 and 2 and then 19 positive observations. Those numbers are still really good for a company our size. So the two hazard IDs and 2 near misses are, I would say, appropriate. And then 19 followed up with 19 positive observations, which is a program that we're really pushing to make a positive part of the safety program. On the next slide, turning to the pie chart, you can see this is a visual representation of action items. And these action items are developed through reporting of leading and lagging indicators, such as inspections, hazard identifications, near misses, and incidents. And so it's here where we develop corrective actions to fix deficiencies that have been reported from the field. And through this system, we can track to closure to ensure that the loop is completed. The reason why I'm showing you this chart is because we have very low severity action items. So you can see there's 8 low, 7 medium, and no high. So these are very minor, I guess, fixes in the safety management program. Training course completions, you can see in Q1, we have substantially more courses completed. We had a big push this year to complete our emergency management courses, thinking about the upcoming forest fires. So we had a lot of our workers in the MD complete those emergency management courses that we require for them. We typically see this surge in Q2 when we're onboarding our seasonals, but I was happy to see this coming in Q1, and this is looking that the full-time staff are increasing their training in comparison to 2024. And then finally, in alliance with our business plan, we introduced the psychological health and safety in the workplace, and this is the first step in taking us on our journey to implementing psychological element into our safety management system. We started a spring spectacular challenge, and it was a Get Moving program open to all staff that wrapped up in April. And it's basically to guard against ergonomic hazards, which is prevalent in a lot of our departments. And we rounded out the quarter with a successful tool roundup where we did a company-wide hunt for chains, slings, small tools, so we could examine them and ensure they are compliant according to occupational health and safety standards. So with these initiatives, we are on track moving into Q2 and meeting our business plan targets as well. Thank you. I would invite questions.
You got off Scott, oh, you got one? Yep. Scott Free.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess now we can make a motion. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion on behalf of council, that council accepts the Corporate Services 2025 first quarterly report as information. Any discussion on this motion? Corporate Services. Nope. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nine 9.5.1. Mr. Bespalko has to get out of the way of Mr. Bespalko.
That's common, I guess, so. Good afternoon, Council. I have an RFD for the Bonnyville Regional Water Services Commission request. Administration has received a letter from the Bonneville Regional Water Services Commission regarding possibly applying to the province for a three-way partnership to hook up the MD's current 250 millimeter supply line to the Cold Lake Regional Utility Services Commission water transfer station on the south side of Cold Lake. And that would be in Appendix A. The AECOM report commissioned by the MD in 2021 is being used as information to base a possible application to Alberta Transportation. That's included in Appendix B. The Bonneville Commission is proposing to take the lead on the application and is asking if Council is in support of the application. And the partnership is with the MD, the Bonneville Commission, and the Government of Alberta. This connection would have a benefit of switching over the disinfection from chlorinated water to chloraminated water, allowing for improved disinfection, and the additional benefit of providing a second supply line for the Bonneville Commission under the Beaver River. The connection of the 250 millimeter MD line to the Cold Lake Commission transfer station will allow for the MD to fill the reservoirs at Ardmore and Fort Kent with chloraminated water, improving the water quality while keeping services to the residents connected to the 250 millimeter line and with a minimal increase in operational maintenance. The reference of legislation is the Alberta Environment and Protected Areas Codes of Practice. The cost and source of funding. So funding would be discussed during the 2026 budget deliberation based on the success of a grant application. Communication would be via the MD council minutes and website. And it's administration's recommendation that council approves the Bonneville Regional Water Services Commission to explore grant funding for the connection of the existing MD of Bonneville 250 millimeter water line to the Cold Lake Regional Utilities Service Commission water transfer station.
Thank you. Looking for a motion. Councillor Fadeev.
Just have some questions. So are they gonna be like, is that part of the proposals that like a decommission of the existing line and adding a new one? Or are they just changing the whole routing system so the existing line is equal to the transmission line that's there?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Fadeev, the report that's attached here has 6 options, 1 through 5A. I would, and without speaking on behalf of the Bonneville Commission, I would expect that they would be going to the government with this whole document and saying, this is what our options are, and we would propose to go with option 5A, which is connecting directly the 10-inch line directly to the transfer station, and then capping off what's coming out of Red Fox Estates to the on the 10-inch line currently. So again, without speaking on behalf of the commission, that was the discussion that we had during the commission meeting. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So is there any residents that are gonna be missed if we do that one? Because I know there's nothing really from Red Fox to that line, but I'm just asking.
So through the Reeve, that's a good question. Doing it this way, there are no connections that are going to be, there are no MD connections that are going to be affected if we do it this way. All the residential connections that we have are going to be after this connection to the region or to the transfer station.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions? Yep. Councillor Swaggart, are you going
No, just to make the motion.
All right.
As recommended.
Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that Council approves Bonneville Regional Water Services Commission to explore grant funding for the connection of the existing MD of Bonneville 250 mm water line to the Cold Lake Regional Utility Service Commission water transfer station. Any discussion on this motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you for that. My second one to council is the 2025 National Public Works Week proclamation. The American Public Works Association, Alberta chapter, has submitted a proclamation request to the MD of Bonnyville to acknowledge May 18 to 24, 2025 as National Public Works Week within the municipality. The theme for this year is People, Purpose, Presence, which highlights the way public works professionals connect us physically through infrastructure and inspirationally through service to their communities, whether as first responders or daily workers carrying out their duties with pride. Attached for Council's review is Appendix A, which is the draft proclamation. This will be communicated to the public via the MD social media and council minutes, and its administration's recommendation that council approves the proclamation of May 18 to 24, 2025 as National Public Works Week with a theme of people, purpose, presence within the municipal district of Bonnyville.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Slipchik, for making this motion that council approves the proclamation of May 18th to 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week with the theme People, Purpose, Presence within the municipal district of Bonnyville. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, and on behalf of all the public works staff of the MD, I appreciate this proclamation. Thank you.
Okay. Usually I read these things, right?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's a big one.
Yeah.
Just read the final one.
I'll give her a whirl. You guys will help me if I fail. I had a big draft one. National Public Works Week, May 18th, 24, 2025. People, Purpose, Presence. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and the service that are vital importance to our sustainability and resilient communities, to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of people of the MD of Bonnyville number 87. And whereas these infrastructure facilities and services could not be provided without dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supplies, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children of the municipal district of Bonnyville number 87 to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it now resolved, I, Barry Klinsky, Reeve of the MD of Bonnyville number 87, do hereby designate week May 18th to the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and the government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees to recognize their substantial contributions they make to protecting our nation's health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. In witness wherefore I have here unto set my hand and cause the seal of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87, done in Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87, this 13th day of May 2025. Sorry? I think I do, yeah. Yeah, thank you to all of you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. I never was the best at those, but I try hard. On to, where are we at? 9.6.1? Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Today I have bylaw number 1895, which would be an amending elections bylaw. In December 2024, Council passed bylaw number 1881, elections bylaw, which establishes the rules and procedures for the conduct of municipal elections within the municipality. Administration is presenting a proposed amendment to this bylaw to allow the returning officer to start counting advance vote and special ballots as early as 7:30 p.m. on election day. Section 85.1 of the Local Authorities Election Act authorizes the returning officer to designate a single location as a counting center if a ward or division system exists in a local jurisdiction for the purpose of counting the special ballot box, advance vote ballot box, and institutional vote, and further allows council to pass a bylaw by June 30th of an election year, allowing the returning officer to count these ballots no earlier than 7:30 p.m. on election day. The proposed bylaw number 1895 would amend subsections 7.3C and 8.12 of the current elections bylaw to allow the returning officer to order the counting of advance vote and special ballot boxes at 7:30 p.m. instead of the current indicated time of 8 p.m. With the removal of tabulators for the municipal election and longer wait times for results due to hand counting of ballots after the closing of polling stations, we are hoping to reduce ballots at polling stations and subsequently counting time on election day by holding more advance vote days and encouraging the use of special ballots, since the criteria for use of these has been removed. As such, we are anticipating more votes to count for advance vote days and special ballots. Being able to start counting these ballots at 7:30 p.m. will help reduce wait times for results at the end of election day. Attached for council's review in Appendix A is the proposed bylaw number 1895, as well as Appendix B, which is the current elections bylaw number 1881. Administration's recommended action today is we're hoping council will give the bylaw first reading.
Thank you. Councillor Crick.
Yeah, in the interest of a half hour, I'll give the bylaw first reading.
Oh, was it? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion on bylaw number 1895, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to amend bylaw number 1881, election bylaw, be given first reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Next, I have the Health Professions Attraction and Retention Committee Terms of Reference. So in January 2025, administration received a letter from the town of Bonnyville confirming their council's approval of the terms of reference for the Health Professions Attraction and Retention Committee, formerly known as the Physician Retention and Recruitment Committee. The town of Bonnyville is also requesting approval of these terms of reference by the MD of Bonnyville. On October 24th, 2023, Council passed a motion appointing the Reeve as the representative to the Municipal District of Bonnyville to the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee in perpetuity. Discussions with the Bonnyville Health Center and the town of Bonnyville have confirmed that the Physician Retention and Recruitment Committee has been taken over by the town of Bonnyville in the summer of 2023 and renamed to the Health Professions Attraction and Retention Committee. The renamed committee's terms of reference were approved by the town of Bonnyville, and we're now looking for approval by the MD. Administration's recommended action today is that council approves the presented terms of reference and furthermore appoints to the board as our previous appointment is no longer valid due to the change of the committee name. I will also add that as per our recommended action, based on feedback from the town of Bonnyville and the terms of reference, that they are hoping for the EMD to appoint a representative as well as an alternate.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
So that's what they mean by representatives. It is the voting member and the alternate?
So typically, you would have one representative and the alternate would attend if the representative is unavailable.
So that's what they meant, because I know right now it's just one. So when I was reading that, I thought they're gonna change it to 2 from Bonneville, 2 from the MD, and set it that way.
So it looks like the terms of reference do not specify how many representatives the MD can appoint. It just says MD council representatives. I don't know
Right.
if our current representative on the board has further insight, but the terms of reference do not specify how many we can or should appoint.
I know there's been some changes to C2 board and everything else, so I thought this is kind of going the same way. So when it said representative, usually it says representative and then / alternate, but in this case it doesn't. So when I was reading it last night, I was kind of, wasn't sure where this was going.
Councillor Crick?
Yeah, in point 2 in the terms of membership under, terms of reference under membership, point 2, it says the town elected official shall fill the role of chair and the MD elected official the role of vice chair. So it kind of makes it sound like there's one person, one elected official from each one on there. And it would be, up at the beginning, there would be officials because of an alternate.
Probably the reeve and the deputy reeve as an alternate. Does that make sense to you? Councillor Kraviak?
Yeah, through the reeve, that makes sense. That would be option number 2. And it says the reeve and deputy reeve will be the alternate, so there's only one voting member. And if you want option 1, you can appoint anybody and alternate. So I can make a motion for option 2 if you wish.
It's up to you guys. Yeah, option 2, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion that council approves the health professionals attraction and retention community terms of reference as presented, and furthermore appoints the reeve and deputy reeve alternate to this committee effective immediately for the remainder of the current term to expire October 2025.
Sorry,
ahead.
Mr. Reeve, this is not the correct motion. She'll just quickly update it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was number 1. That's the correct one. You guys can read it. Any discussion on the motion that's above here? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Who's not voting? Carried. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Hey, welcome back. We're going into correspondence and information. Mr. No? He has a question that's been burning here, so go ahead.
No, it's not a question, it's sponsored.
Let's let you start and then he'll.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. Let's start with correspondence and information. We have 22 items. I'd like to bring two to your attention. If I may, 10.2, an email from Hearts and for Hearth Care, the Smile Cookie Foundation. I believe Council and Administration were very involved in that item itself. 10.6, an email from the Bonneville Regional Fire Authority updating the fire bans for several small villages. That's it for correspondence from administration.
Okay, Councillor Kraviak, then Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, through the Reeve, I want to turn your attention to 10.22, the 50th anniversary of the Alberta Trappers 2025 Rendezvous, 50 years in the making. Like the Ag Service Board, we support the trappers through the coyote reduction program, the beaver reduction program, and we want to continue to support the trappers to manage the predator population and the problem that beavers cost thousands of dollars for the farmers. So I'd like to make a motion for the table sponsorship of $250.
Mr. Reeve, we just
Yeah.
need a source of funding for that.
From the cash flow policy, maybe? Cash flow? I don't know. Is that okay?
If administration may, Council.
There's also money in the council giving. We still have $7,700 if you wish to do it that way, rather than
Okay.
using the reserves.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because it's only $250,
Sure,
correct?
thank you, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll wait for this motion to come up. Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council approves sponsorship of the Alberta Trappers Association 50th Anniversary Rendezvous at the cost of $250 to be funded from the grants to individuals and non-government organizations budget. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Councillor Slipchuk?
Yeah, I just got a few correspondence I'd like to bring to attention. 10.10, Seniors Week from June 2nd to June 8th. So that we remember that. And then 10.11, we have just a barbecue on June 3rd at Seniors Drop-In Center to promote the Seniors Week. So if we can remember that, put that in our schedule. As well as 10.14, the RMA Golf Tournament. Is there something we have to do on that part right now, or it's at
Wainwright?
in Wainwright? So we're going to put a team in there. We usually send a team every year or two.
Who would like to go? What date is that again?
July
Gentlemen?
17th.
July 17th? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's put a team and then the rest of us can decide if we're gonna go, but we have two already, so we can, what's that cost? Do we need to make a motion? Yeah, okay. Where are we gonna get the funds from, or from Council Public Relations?
Yeah.
Is that a good
so
place? Okay,
$500 for team of 4, that's what
sure.
I'd like to proceed with.
And then I'd like to point out the HM Arrow 10.15. Their little open house they did in that, and the respondents pay attention to that. There was close to 80%, over 70% of resident respondents requiring us to promote and advance the airport. So just keep that in mind as we do economic development. And then 10.16 was nominating, if there is anybody in mind to nominate for Alberta Recreation and Parks Association 2025 awards. If there's somebody that we could put forward.
We can nominate ourselves.
I got nobody, not for myself. I got nobody in
For
mind
you.
for that.
How about for guys we have working here?
Yeah. And then we got the 10.18, I'd like to put a shout out to our CAO, Ben, for going out and meeting with the gear grabbers, and they thanked him for coming out and doing a tour with them and paying attention to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, you're on, Councillor Fadеев.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to, 10.16, Councillor Slipchuk beat me to it. But with the awards nominations, I think we should nominate our Parks and Recs team. They do some great, they have been doing there's been really a lot of challenges and a lot of great work done at our MD campground in Cold Lake, so that was good that way. This question is for Ms. Severin. In regards to 10.8, it's the Alberta Electoral Boundaries Commission. I tried looking into it. I couldn't really, I kind of went nowhere. Could you explain some of that letter? Are they looking at reducing the boundaries? Are they taking away more of our ground?
So through the Reeve Council, I haven't really looked at it much myself either. It's my understanding, which could be wrong or inaccurate, but it's my understanding that that's kind of like, so right now, our boundaries for our MLAs.
Right.
That's my understanding, is those are the boundaries they're reviewing, and it could very possibly just be something that they review it at every, like a set amount of time, they review it. And they're just at that point where they're reviewing it, but I could look into it further and bring additional information back for
Yeah,
council.
or even if you could direct me where I should look, because I went nowhere. So I mean, it's one of those things where I know a few years back, we lost an MLA because of this. And I'm just wondering if this just the wonderful progress of losing some more. I don't know.
Yeah, I can dig a bit deeper and through the CAO send some information out to council.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Kraviak and then Councillor Crick.
Yeah, through you, thank you. A lot of us went to the Strathcona Performing Arts Center, and they had a request for a golf sponsorship. So I wonder if you can bring it up, Mr. CEO, at the next council meeting, a request for sponsorship for a golf tournament for the for the Clayton Bellamy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to bring up 10.8 as well, the Boundary Commission. It looks like we have, going on their site through the link that's on that letter, we have until May 23rd to make submissions. And I think we can make those through the MD, or we can make them individually as well. But if we could maybe have it even for committee of the whole next week, yeah, so just to bring that up again, so we can maybe look at writing a letter from the MD. Because I share the same concerns that they're going to redraw the boundaries and give Edmonton and Calgary more seats and rural Alberta less. And if anything, I honestly think that we need to go the other way. There, in Edmonton, you have an MLA, and he'll be an MLA for 2 or 3 wards in the city, and he can walk across his riding in an hour. And out here in rural Alberta, you got St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake, Elk Point, and St. Paul all in one riding. And we're not even the biggest or most spread out rural ridings, so it's completely ridiculous that we have one MOA to represent such large areas. So I think definitely something we should look into and possibly send a letter. But we could do that next week, committee of the whole, if council's okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'm just looking for a motion then.
Mr.
Oh.
Reed, just, it's my understanding Councillor Slipchuk made a motion regarding the RMA District 5 golf tournament. Is that?
Oh, yeah, we didn't get it up on the screen yet. I apologize. My fault. Strike three. You're out of there. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion. The council approves the registration of a team of 4 to the rural municipalities of Alberta RMA District 5 golf tournament at a cost of $500 to be funded from a council public relations budget. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reports from members of council. Who would like to start? Councillor Slipchuk.
Mr.
I'm
Reed?
sorry. I forgot to make the motion.
Yes,
Strike
sorry.
4. We need to make a motion for correspondence and information. Wow. I am really, all right. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion. The council accepts the following correspondence as information 1 through 22. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Councillor Slipchuk, did you have something or no? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. There's no such thing as strike 4, right?
Strike 2A, strike 2B.
That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Slipchuk, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have much to report, just that we went to the Lobster Fest here on Friday. It was a good meal, great, thanks to Kudo and all those that gave the service to cook the lobster and ribs. But the entertainment was not to be desired, so that's all I got to comment on that. And I think next time when we're doing these, putting out giving money out for these things, like we should always maybe take a look what kind of entertainment they're having, because that entertainment they had there, I don't believe represented our community. And as well, I did a Iron Horse Trail meeting last night on Zoom. It was a good meeting. They're trying to go forward with a tree planting program, and they did have some concerns about the trestle bridge net, but I will discuss after our meeting here with the CAO about the issues that they have, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Thanks. We had a waste reduction meeting. Basically what we covered is commercial tipping rates was a big part of it, and then just the progress of the scales that are going to be at LaCorey to possibly take that. I had a library meeting, nothing too crazy there. FCSS, and also I went to the FCSS District 5 meeting that they had at Métis Crossing. So we had some representatives from the FCSS-A there, and also from Victim Services. They kind of, I think we got that message 2 meetings ago. It was good to hear again. Hearts for Healthcare, everybody was there. So then meeting with Minister Newdorf and Mr. McIver. That's no longer minister now. Congratulations on the new position for him, Speaker of the House. I was at a Lloydminster Chamber event. It was called Housing and Homeless Symposium, and there was a lot of very good and interesting information that they had there. It was very good. And then also the Bonnyville Oilmans and Bronx and Bulls was fantastic, and that was really good to see, and a lot of our ratepayers were there supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kraviak.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Went to the grand opening of the Strathcona Performing Arts Center, as most of you did. It's very good entertainment as well. Met with the BRFA in the Hardwood Colony with respect to fire suppression at the colony there. Some concerns there. Went to the Hearts for Healthcare Gala in Cold Lake. Bonneville Library meeting. Nothing to report there. Things are going well. Went to the Bonneville Oil Mills as well. And I went to Riverhurst to emergency preparedness, and it was nice to see the CEO flipping burgers. He didn't drop too many. And yesterday we had a Glendon Library meeting, and things are going well there too. And there's a ping pong or table tennis tournament. Now I'll be able to attend. It's on May 31st from 1 to 4 p.m. if you wanted to attend.
Okay, the challenge accepted.
And I'm going to probably lose this. I hate to win twice in a row, so I'll be a good sport and let the Reeve win. Thank you very much. That's it from me.
You don't even know if I can play ping pong.
That's
Glendon.
That's it. It's going to be at a Glendon Gymnasium this year.
I'll play with my right hand only. Councillor Swaggart.
I'll just add the emergency management open house for Riverhurst. Just got to thank Louis Gandolfi for organizing that entire event. So he got all the staff out there and they did a great job with that event. So on a Saturday, so they did a great job. Just a bit of a comment from Municorp meeting that I was recently at, and they're thanking the MD for the work in kind that they did on the Fort Kent trestle. So that, I think that turned out really well. They're gonna come back and just ask the MD for a statement of how much kind of work was put into it, number of hours or whatever, so they can kind of rate that up. And that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Crick.
Okay, had an FCSS meeting. It was about the needs assessment that we're doing. If there will be a chance they'll be presenting to council kind of later on, and if anybody wants to get involved or have some input in that, let me know, and I can kind of set that up. Also, well, I guess same night I just barely made it to the tail end of the chief officers meeting for the BRFA, so I don't have much to say about that. Strathcona grand opening ceremony was there. We had a Northern Lights Library System Board meeting, and I was on the executive, but a member of the Indigenous community showed up, and there's a spot for one of them on the executive, so they got my spot. So I'm no longer on the executive of the Northern Lights Library boards. Then BRFA, we had strat planning last week. I think the biggest thing that came out of the strat plan was just that everybody wants to have a solid funding and partnership agreement in place. So they're going to be working on that. There's also at the Oilman's dinner, great fellowship or visiting. And also the one gentleman that got an award there, sounds like he was very involved in the community and did a great job. But I have to agree with Councillor Slipchuk that the entertainment has no place in this community. And I was only there for about 1 minute, 60 seconds total of the entertainment, I think, because there's no way I was going to stick around for it. And then we had a Zoom meeting with Minister McIver, which was actually a good meeting. Louis was there as well, looking for basically a exemption, I guess, to the code for having to store so much water on site at the BRFA, the Cherry Grove Fire Hall. And that would affect other builders too if we can kind of work out some stuff there. So hopefully we can still get an exemption even though Minister McIver's not in that position anymore. And I think that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys covered most of them for me. I was on a lot of the events. I guess one thing I did, we did smile cookies one day with Ben and Mike here. Mike forgot that you're supposed to use blue for the eyes and pink for the lips. He was making Smurfette cookies for a while there until we got him to figure it out. It was my fault. I told him to go with the blue, so he went with it. He listened to me, so 100% my fault. I pulled the wool over his eyes, and he went with it. It was a great time, and as many of you, I'm sure many of you people in this room went to do that as well. So thank you to everybody that went and did that. That's for a great cause. The oil mills, I have to agree with everybody that spoke here, and Councillor Kraviak even hesitated when he went to the entertainment because it was, we're being polite, but it was vulgar. It's terrible. Everything went perfect up to that point. We even had a lady at our table that couldn't eat the food that we do. And I asked Joe Teixeira, he's been a long time oilman's there, and he went and got her a special dish. First class service, and the awards presentation to the oilman of the year was outstanding. The guy was, he should be a saint. All the things that they said that this guy done, but the evening kind of got wrecked in a hurry there with that, but that's not our decision, I guess. Yeah, and everything else you guys talked about, so, and I appreciate council and all you guys do. You guys are fantastic, doing a great job. Thanks. I guess I need a motion to go into closed session now. Thank you, Councillor Sipchik. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. I needed in my, are we off?